another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and Ipob families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and Ipob families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, one name, holy, holy, holy in Nandekano. So holy, holy. So I have to start this session with an apology. I was meant to bring an earlier session where we talked about all matters property related. So I was going to bring in an expert from Lagos to talk us through the property market in Lagos, but there was a breakdown in communication somewhere, and that did not happen eventually. I did promise it in yesterday's session, so just to address that, a breakdown in communication with the expert that was meant to come and talk us through, but hopefully, maybe for the future, we'll see. So there it is, Holy Holy Nnamdi Kanu, their mother savior. So there it is, Holy Holy. Just the usual protocol. Click on the like button as you're coming in. If you're not already subscribed, then please correct that. If you want to come join us live on the studio, click on this hyperlink that is showing on the screen right there that says StreamYard. If you click on that, it brings you into a studio space. As soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage in a conversation. It's nothing more complex than that. And the only really participation, just click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. And then, of course, we are inviting people that are intent on donating towards the platform. If you want to show appreciation to the platform in any form, this is the form that is the preference of the platform. So if you want to tip towards the platform, click on that hyperlink that says by your host, cups of coffee. So you notice I says cups of coffee, not a cup of coffee. So go there and be as liberal and as generous as you would want to be. So Holy, 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 Holy Nnamdi Kanu is their mother's savior. As guys, I bring you this. Federal government planning to rig presidential election in Southeast. So this is an alarm that but then you hear this often. So this in itself is not necessarily a headline that we should lead a session with, because we hear this often enough, but it's the persons or the space that is saying it that makes it the news. So this is the indigenous people of Biafra movement alarming to the space that they want to rig Peter Obi out of the presidency. And there it is. We have turned full circle to land where we knew they were going to all the way through. So all the hoopla and the brouhaha for the last 4-6 years, whatever, and this is the landing point. So they are bettered now only to land at the space that we've always placed them. Federal government planning to rig presidential election in Southeast. The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, makes the allegation. So IPOB now, and we've always said that the Peter Obi narrative is very much altogether an IPOBian narrative, and then of course there they are taking ownership of it. So there is that one. So from that one to this one, Vice President OSINBAJO visits APC presidential candidate TINUBU in Abuja. So it's the onboarding now of OSINBAJO into the TINUBU campaign space that is the news here. Because, of course, there's been somewhat of a cold distancing, an arm's length sort of thing that you stay over there and I'll stay over here. But it looks as though now the short little man from Ikene has thawed in his heart, seeing now the momentum is heading in a certain direction. So he quickly jumps on board. Vice President OSINBAJO visits APC presidential candidate TINUBU in Abuja. So quite what went down there, we'll find out shortly. Our 2023 presidency article reveals what he will do if he loses again after 6th attempt. So, it's only when I landed on the 6th attempt that he resonated somewhat in my mind, if there's such a word, that he resonated in my mind that this guy has actually, this is now the 6th time that this pot-bellied man from Adamawa will be contesting to be the next. When is enough enough? How many times does the girl have to say no before they say persistence, but really it's not going to work out for you. But this has to be, well, it can only really be his last window. So thank God for that. Whatever happens in this electoral cycle, by 2027 and then subsequently 2031, we're expecting to see totally new, especially if Peter Obi wins. If Peter Obi wins, the one good thing of a Peter Obi victory will be the final cleansing of the old guard. Because if Peter Obi does win, it cleans out all of the TINUBU cleaned out, Atiku cleaned out, Buhari cleaned out, Obasanjo cleaned out, Babangida cleaned out. Because we cannot from Peter Obi then go back again to people like them. No. So that will be a cleansing. But the only thing is, Peter Obi, it doesn't present convincing enough that he has the accoutrements for the job. That's just the That's just the one space. The one thing that his presidency would bring is the ending of the old guard. But ending of the old guard is not sufficient enough to hand anybody a presidency. Our 2023 presidency, Atiku reveals what he will do if he loses again after 6th attempt. Maybe he'll go for number 7, who knows. Peter Obi accepts Okukwe's resignation as DG of Labour Party campaign. So we just document this to reach the final full stop of that, the final bus stop rather of that storyline that we've been following over the last 2 days. So you say, when you put a full stop, that is where the sentence ends. And this is the full stop now on that journey, at least Okukwe's space as the DG of the Obi campaign. Peter Obi accepts Okukwe's resignation as DG of Labour Party campaign. So the end, Lokwe cinema, as they say in Yoruba land, and that marks the end right there. So that marks the end right there. But this marks a new beginning, this next storyline. Nigeria Central Bank increases weekly cash withdrawal limit to 500,000 naira for individuals. So it looks as though they've managed to break the will of Emefiele, who was quite adamant that it was not for the turning. But it looks as though now, because just all manners of just weighing upon this guy. But now they've increased it from, not by 100% really, but by 500%, because the original limit set was 100,000 naira, and they just ratcheted it up to 500,000 naira. So 500,000 naira a week, people are able to withdraw now. But what's led to that change of heart? Nigeria Central Bank increases weekly cash withdrawal limit to 500,000 naira for individuals. So we find out now how his will was broken, Emefiele. So still with Osinbajo, details emerge as Osinbajo visits Tinubu and Shettima in Abuja. So this has to be a campaign journey. It cannot be anything other than a campaign journey. So he's now onboarded to that campaign. So still within that space, Tinubu's march towards the Aso Rock seat, President Buhari in closed-door meeting with Tinubu. So closed-door meeting, you say, what possible story could there be there? But the optics of it, a lot of people try to sort of birth and germinate the narrative that there's somewhat of a distancing of Buhari from the Tinubu campaign. Buhari is very much frontal in the Tinubu campaign, have no equivocation about that. And if Buhari would have his way, the person he will be handing over the reins of government to will be the looter of Lagos. So there it is. President Buhari in closed-door meeting with Tinubu. So quite, pardon me, so quite what played out there, we'll find out shortly. Osinbajo, Tinubu in closed-door meeting over 2023 polls. So, of course, he's onboarded as well. So some of these stories might well be repetitive, but we'll see just what we make of them. So there it is. And there's one more story. It is not, it's actually a video clip. So I'll save that till later. But what I want you to bear in mind as a hint towards the story, bear in mind, when Tinubu was at Chatham House, he was asked 10 questions. He answered 4, and he delegated 6 to his surrogates, individual surrogates. He delegated 6 to individual surrogates, and a lot of the space went wild that he couldn't answer a question. So bear that in mind that, are these surrogates then going to be president? He should answer the questions himself. Remember how they went wild in that space. So a lot of you would have seen the clip that is coming, but we'll discuss it here now. And at that time, I said Tinubu was innovative in what he has done, because governance is not just one man making a decision. It's a man with a team who heads a team. And together as a team, they make decisions. And that was what Tinubu demonstrated at Chatham House. And I said people would take the learning from there and copy it as a template. So remember I said that, because I'm going to play you a video clip after I've done the reading out. So remember I said that. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Do this. Put your hands up and just surrender yourself to the space. for however long the session lasts. It's going to be a wild roller coaster ride. It always is a wild roller coaster ride. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, surrender yourself to the space. But before you lean back or kick back or take it easy and surrender to the space, click on the like button again. Not again, no. If you've clicked on it once, then just leave it depressed. But click on the like button if you haven't done that. If you're not subscribed already, correct that as well. If you want to come join us on the screen, this hyperlink that says StreamYard brings you to the studio space. And then, of course, invitations towards tipping towards the platform. If you want to donate towards the platform, click on the hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee and go there and go wild. So go there and go wild. So we take another little musical intermission, and then we come back and we take another little musical intermission, and then we come back and get straight into the throes of it. I can't get my words in sequence anymore. So here it is, the K guy.
Only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrè o. Bọ́bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is, right there. You already know the meaning of that prayer. If you spent more than a minute here, Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. Who would not say amen to that? I'm saying amen on my behalf and on behalf of you, my friends. So Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe. As guys, I bring you this. So I'll bring you this story. Actually, I was going to avoid this story because we've been around this sort of story so many times on this platform, but it continues to rankle at the back of my mind, somewhat like an irritation. So let me just bring you it. We are back to the polls again, and this one are just as annoying as the rest of them has been. It says Obi leads Tinubu Atiku Kwakwanso in fresh polls. So this usual post now that we get from the obedience is out again. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, for the second time in 4 months, has led the other 3 frontline presidential candidates in a new poll conducted in December. Correspondents learned that Obi led the presidential candidates of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, flag bearer of the People's Democratic Party PDP, Atiku Abubakar, and presidential candidate of the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, Rabiu Kwakwanso. In the poll conducted by NOI Polls Limited and commissioned by ANAP Foundation, Obi led Atiku, Tinubu, and Kwakwanso. So now it says ANAP Foundation President. so you see, the irritation of this space is it makes my brain pulsate. So just listen to this, but no, let me read it, then you'll see why I'm just struggling to contain myself. ANAP Foundation President Atedo Peterside disclosed this during a program on Channels Television on Wednesday. So, so let me actually bring you to let me bring up a tweet that Reno Mokri. I'm sure you already know the relationship between Atedo Peterside and Peter Obi, but let me bring you a tweet that Reno Omokri threw out there just to let me bring you this thing. So this is Reno Omokri just putting all of that this polling in context. So Reno Omokri puts it in context, but even within the poll, the data contextualizes it. But let's first look at the context that Reno Omokri puts it in. Atedo Peterside, a friend of Peter Obi, and one of the men who lured him to leave the PDP, is on Channels Television promoting a poll done by a body in which he has interest and is claiming that Obi is the frontrunner. Did Mr. Peterside see the stadium in Kogi? So Atedo Peterside, a chief functionary of not a chief functionary, Atedo Peterside, the owner of ANAP Foundation, Atedo Peterside, the owner of ANAP Foundation, commissions a poll from NOI polls, and Atedo Peterside, by the way, a close friend of Peter Obi, a political advisor to Peter Obi, and one of his biggest champions. He commissions a poll, which tells us then that Peter Obi is the frontrunner of the election. So this is where we are. So let me just take. I'm going to. So I give you context. So now, so let's just recap the context again. Sorry, there's so many thoughts going on in my head. It's so annoying. Let's recap the context again. Atedo Peterside is a close friend, a political associate, advisor of Peter Obi. He guided him out of PDP. So Atedo Peterside is the president of ANAP Foundation. So is the president of ANAP Foundation. ANAP Foundation commissioned a poll from NOI Polls Limited. So are you following? So ANAP Foundation, owned by Atedo Peterside, commissioned a poll from NOI Polls Limited. And that poll then, commissioned by ANAP Foundation, owned by Atedo Peterside, tells us that his close friend and political protege, Peter Obi, is the frontrunner in the election. So that's the context right there. But there is more to it. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, for the second time in 4 months, has led the other 3 front-line presidential candidates in a new poll conducted in December. Correspondents learned that Obi led the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, flag bearer of the People's Democratic Party PDP, Atiku Abubakar, and presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party NNPP, Rabiu Kwakwanso. In the poll conducted by NOI Polls Limited and commissioned by ANAP Foundation, Obi led Atiku, Tinubu, and Kwakwanso. ANAP Foundation President Atedo Peterside disclosed this during a program on Channels Television on Wednesday. According to Peterside, ahead of the 2023 presidential election, the electoral process has moved past a 3-horse race to a 4-horse race. It disclosed that the former governor of Anambra State had 23%, Tinubu 13%, Atiku 10%, and Kwakwanso polled 2% in the fresh polls released in December. Peterside further stated that mobile phones were the instruments used to conduct the poll because of increased mobile penetration in the country, adding that a large percentage of the people were undecided. He noted that the level of interest in the 2023 election is due to economic insecurity and other challenges affecting the country. ANAP Foundation released a similar poll in September in which Obi led the 17 candidates in the race for Aso Rock's top job in 2023. So there is one more bit of this that I want to draw your attention to. There is one more, because there's something that was spotted and brought to my attention. So I'll bring up the poll. Let me see. Oh, it's not quite clear on my screen here. But I wanted to share the screen with you. But in this poll, the poll conducted by Atado Peterside tells us that Peter Obi, so we're looking at the Northwest now, where Kwakwanso comes from. It tells us that Peter Obi has 11%, Tinubu has 15%, Atiku 17%, and Kwakwanso 6%. So Peter Obi has a 5% margin on Kwakwanso in the Northwest. So the Northwest is Kano, Kaduna, those sort of places. So Peter Obi, he has a 5% margin. I'm looking. Let me share the screen. I'll share the screen, but you may not see it as visibly as I would like you to. But this poll is telling you that Peter Obi, he has a 5% margin on Kwakwanso in Kano. This is what it's telling you. Yes. Let me see if I can. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I hold on. Hold on. All right. All right. That's a bit better. So you can look at the Northwest here, where my cursor is here. That's the Northwest. So it tells you Peter Obi 11%, Bola Tinubu 15%, Atiku Abubakar 17%, and Kwakwanso 6%. So Peter Obi, he has a 5% margin on Kwakwanso in the Northwest. More popular than Kwakwanso in the Northwest. Peter Obi more popular than Kwakwanso in Kano. So there it is right there. Thank you, Mr. Peterside. We see you. So it's just bizarre. It is otherworldly. It's from another planet. But let's get back on track and get back to where we were. Federal government planning to rig presidential election in the Southeast, IPOB now effectively declaring for Peter Obi. The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, yesterday accused the federal government of Nigeria of planning to rig the presidential elections in the Southeast against Mr. Peter Obi and blame it on IPOB and ESN. It therefore urges Nigerians to ignore all the alleged concocted lies associating IPOB with the burning of INEC facilities, owning a bomb-making factory, and destruction of electoral party paraphernalia in the Southeast, saying they are all aimed at destroying its image. IPOB also alleged IPOB also alleged that the Nigerian government and its security agencies are working with criminals to blackmail it because of its refusal to drop the Biafran restoration project. So the one thing that's always rankled me about that Biafran narrative, I'm just going to read this, then I leave this storyline here. The one thing that's always rankled me about that Biafran narrative is that word restoration. I'm not quite sure if a dictionary is needed. I'm not sure, because you can only restore what once was. You can only restore what once was. So there was never at any point in history any country called Biafra. So how can you restore something that has never existed? You want to birth a new country. That's fair enough. That's a legitimate want. You want to create an Igbo, and there was never in the history of mankind a homogeneous Igbo nationhood, either under Biafra appellation or any other guise. There's never in the history of mankind an Igbo nationhood. Never, ever. So this now is a new concept. So this word restoration, I don't understand it. The coinage Biafra, by the way, 1967, Ojoko, Frank, Okpigo, or something like that, they birthed that narrative in just as early as 1967. So that word restoration, it always rank. How can you restore something that never existed? IPOB also alleged that the Nigerian government and its security agencies are working with criminals to blackmail it because of his refusal to drop the Biafra restoration project. So there it is. So that's the IPOB space somewhat tacitly campaigning for P to B. So the IPOB space, we always knew that the IPOB space was essentially for Peter Obi and underpinned the Peter Obi space. Vice President Osinbajo visits APC presidential candidate Tinubu in Abuja. The Vice President, Yemi Osinbajo, on Wednesday, paid a visit to the presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, at his residence in Abuja. Osinbajo lost the APC presidential primary election to Tinubu at the party's convention in June. So it's quite curious actually that the first space that they go to when an interaction takes place between Tinubu and Osinbajo is to revisit the primaries that took place as far back as June, which is to tell you then that that is where that relationship is held in abeyance, and that is where it needs to move from. So that is where that relationship is held in abeyance, and that is where it needs to move from. It says, Osinbajo lost the APC presidential primary election to Tinubu at the party's convention in June. Whilst other aspirants have been drafted into the campaign, the vice president was excluded from the campaign council. His absence from the campaign council fueled speculations of acrimony in the party, but the party said it was to allow Osinbajo to concentrate on governance. Osinbajo served as the Attorney General of Lagos and Commissioner for Justice, whilst Tinubu was the governor of the state in 1999 to 2007. The latter reportedly nominated Osinbajo for the office of vice president in 2015. So a lot of people, Osinbajo is a treacherous guy. Is a treacherous guy, and it's not anybody to be trusted, but he is needed for this campaign. So Tinubu should find a way to incorporate him into this campaign. So use him for this purpose before you move him on if you win the presidency, but it's certainly needed because he has a particular language that is missing within the Tinubu campaign. So he is needed in that campaign. So on to the next, 2023 presidency, Atiku reveals what he will do if he loses again for the 6th time. So here it is. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has run for the president 5 times. His current bid to succeed President Buhari in 2023 will make this his 6th attempt. In an interview published by Financial Times, Atiku said his bid to become Nigeria's president is a lifelong ambition that he will continue to pursue as long as he's alive and healthy. It is a lifelong ambition. And as long as, and by the way, when Tinubu said it was his lifelong ambition, people were throwing cutlasses at him. But it's just a curiosity that a lot of the things that Tinubu initiates, both in language and action, a lot of the things that he initiates to the space that people rage and wail against, then they very quickly copy. We saw how Peter Obi copied this manifesto almost verbatim. But let's stick with this first. We'll get to Peter Obi in a moment. It is a lifelong ambition. And as long as I'm alive and strong and healthy, I will continue pursuing it, the Financial Times quoted Atiku as saying in Lagos after a campaign rally. After saying he will continue to pursue the presidential dream if he's alive and strong, Atiku quickly suggested the presidential 2023 election will be his final act. I have come to the last stage now. I don't think after this I will run again. So I don't think after this I will run again. That sounds almost like a language of concession. That sounds like a language of concession. Meanwhile, a long-serving aide of the PDP presidential candidate, whose name was not mentioned, also told the Financial Times how his principal will win the 2023 election. The aide said Atiku will give his opponents, Bola Tinubu and Peter Obi, a close run for their southern strongholds and take advantage of Buhari's absence on the ballot to win the northern vote by a wide margin. Atiku reveals his, no, that tells it to another story. So that's Atiku then telling us that this is his last bus stop. So this one now is just a bit, this next storyline now is just a bit of tidying up. This is a bit of tidying up of all that we have been discussing over the last 2 days. Peter Obi accepts Okupe's resignation as DG of Labour Party campaign council. I'm not sure if it's worth the read because the headline tells you all you need to know. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, Peter Obi, has accepted the resignation of Donyo Okupe as Director General of the party's presidential campaign council. Okupe announced he was stepping down on Tuesday following a judgment of a federal high court which convicted him of money laundering. The court sentenced him to 2 years imprisonment, but with options to pay 500,000 fine on each of the counts, which totaled to 13 million. Okupe opted to pay the fine after the sentencing. In a letter addressed to Okupe, Obi acknowledged receipt of the letter. Dear elder brother Doyin, I received your letter offering to step aside in order to avoid any distraction to the good work of trying to forge a new direction for our country, on board of which you have been from the inception. It is a decision which I respect, Obi wrote. He added, it is my sincere hope that the legal system would afford Okupe an opportunity to eventually clear his name. So the acceptance is in this sentence. It is a decision which I respect, which is to say, I accept your resignation. So there it is right there. So that resignation accepted. On to the next. I'll probably just give you a few paragraphs of this one because the reading is this one is somewhat of a lengthy read. Nigeria Central Bank increases weekly cash withdrawal limit to 500,000 naira for individuals. The Central Bank of Nigeria has increased the maximum weekly limit for cash withdrawals across all channels by individuals and organizations to 500,000 and 5 million naira respectively. CBN said this in a letter addressed to banks on Wednesday, signed by Aruna B. Mustafa, Director of Banking Supervision. The Apex Bank earlier pegged the weekly cash withdrawal limit to 100,000 for individuals and 500,000 for corporate bodies, a development that caused a public backlash. According to the Apex Bank, the decision was based on the feedback received from our stakeholders. The letter reads, following our circular marked blah, 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 on the above subject matter and based on feedback received from stakeholders, the Central Bank of Nigeria CBN hereby makes the following reviews. The maximum weekly limit for cash withdrawal across all channels by individuals and corporate organizations shall be 500,000 and 5 million naira respectively. And number two, in compelling circumstances where cash withdrawal above the limit is in compelling circumstances where cash withdrawal above the limit in one above is required for legitimate purposes, such requests shall be subject to a processing fee of 3% and 5% for individuals and corporate organizations, respectively. So I'm not quite sure what that means. Because if you read that paragraph, that circumvents the policy position right there. because it doesn't put the caveat that it's in trenches. So let me read the paragraph again and then explain. Sorry, hold on. Let me read the paragraph again and then explain how I'm understanding it, because it says in compelling circumstances where cash withdrawal above the limit in one above is required for legitimate purposes, such requests shall be subject to a processing fee of 3 to 5% for individuals and corporate organizations, respectively. So if you want to take more than the 500,000 naira allotted you weekly as an individual, you have to pay a 3% fee. So there's a lot of ambiguity in that, because it's not clear. Maybe it goes further to explain, but it's certainly not clear. If you are going to pay a 3% fee, are you going to pay a 3% fee on 500,000 naira, or are you going to pay a 3% fee on the overall withdrawal? And if you are willing to pay that 3% fee, can you then just circumvent the 500,000 naira completely and withdraw whatever you like to withdraw, so long as you're willing to pay the 3% fee? So if that is the case, then that is a stealth tax right there. So that's a stealth tax. So that is not to manage the money in circulation, because if you're willing to pay the 3%, you can just go in there, withdraw whatever it is you're intent on withdrawing, and pay them their 3%. So I'm not quite sure, but that seems like a stealth tax to me. But if I'm misreading it, then come explain to me. 2023 elections, details emerge as Osinbajo visits Tinubu Shettima. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo on Wednesday evening, December the 21st, paid a visit to the All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu and his running mate Kashim Shettima in Abuja. Laolu Akande, the vice president's spokesman, disclosed this in a tweet cited by correspondents on Wednesday. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo stopped by for a friendly visit at the Abuja residence of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu just now, Akande wrote. Also taking to Twitter, Tinubu said he and his running mate, Senator Shettima, received the vice president at his Abuja residence. The former governor of Lagos said they discussed some important national issues. I, alongside my running mate, Senator Kashim Shettima, this evening received Vice President Yemi Osinbajo at Professor Osinbajo at my Abuja residence. We shared time discussing some important national issues, he tweeted. So there it is. Meanwhile, APC officials who witnessed the meeting said it's Osinbajo's. I don't know how. It's badly written. That's what I'm stumbling over. Meanwhile, APC officials who witnessed the meeting said it of Osinbajo's visit was not, so that should be the Osinbajo visit. So let me read it as it should read. It's just the way they write some of these things, you stumble over bad grammar. Meanwhile, APC official who witnessed the meeting said the Osinbajo's visit was not for any political purpose, but a courtesy based on their long-standing relationship. The APC source said Osinbajo's relationship with Tinubu is still cordial, though the VP's stand on the APC Muslim ticket has been clear and has pitched him against some party stalwarts. They noted that the VP's latest visit to Tinubu was in response to an earlier visit from Tinubu to the VP after the primaries, citing previous meetings between the two after the presidential primaries earlier in June. Correspondents recall that Tinubu paid the VP a visit at his Aguda house residence in the presidential villa shortly after the APC presidential primaries in June. The duo met later at the ministerial retreat, still in the villa in October. An APC source who spoke on the condition of anonymity said though Tinubu and Osinbajo contested against each other at the primaries, they are not enemies. The APC chieftain noted that Osinbajo is an Omoluabi and has high regards for Tinubu, who is also very close to the VP. For the avoidance of doubt, the VP's visit to Bola Ahmed Tinubu is merely in the spirit of the Christmas season. Besides, such a visit can best be termed as reciprocal after Tinubu paid the VP a similar visit in the past. So we leave that there, but you know that there's enough within that to campaign with. I'm sure there's enough within that to campaign with. Okay, I'll just give you this headline that I come into the room because I'm tired of the reading somewhat. Okay, let me just give you this. I'll give you this and then I'll come into the room. President Buhari in closed-door meeting with Tinubu. President Mohamed Buhari is currently in a closed-door meeting with the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Tinubu. Buhari's meeting with Tinubu is coming hours after the presidency noted that the president would support Tinubu and other candidates in the party. The presidency gave this clarity following reports that President Buhari has not been involved in the presidential campaign of the ruling party. As of the time of filing the report, the details of their meetings have not been stated. So it's a photo ops campaign. So there it is, and then it tails off into what we already read, the Osinbajo visit to Tinubu. So there it is. So let's come into the room then to see what's going on. So DOG, I see you. War Peace, I see you. Ajanle Koko, I see you. Thomas, I see you. And Akim joins us as the progressive. I see you. So good to see you all, gentlemen. Good to see you all. Let's kick it off with Thomas. Actually, let's take. Sorry, Thomas. Let's kick it off with Akim because the platform has not heard from him for a good while. So if it's ready to go, let's. Akim, the progressives, are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Good to have you. So I want to take you back, the progressives. I want to take you back to Chatham House a few weeks ago when Tinubu made a presentation, then had a question and answer session. 10 questions asked, he answered 4 and delegated 6 to his surrogates. So I want to take you back to that space and the reaction that followed when he did that. So have that at the backdrop of your mind as you watch this clip. Watch this, the progressive.
Yes. So how would you make us to change that narrative? Thank you.
We have 4 questions now because we answered 2.
No.
So let's deal with the 4.
Okay, for now.
For now. I will start with the last one. And I want Professor to tell us, if he's a professor, I want you to tell us how education is a scam. Prof. This can pass you.
So how is that different from what Tinubu did? And is he not even taking a learning from what Tinubu did? He even added, this one passed me. So where is the reaction, the progressives?
Walmart, good evening to you, and I just want to say greetings to everybody on the platform. I don't understand. You know, what I always say is that we're in a political season, right? And I've not really had the opportunity to contribute on the show since the last Chattanham issues happened. And I've always said that when you are campaigning in a political season like this, I don't understand how some people turn themselves to judges who not make a pronouncement as to how and the pattern and the formation to which you can organize your campaign. I still don't get it. Look, for me, what Obi did there, I don't have issue with it. That is what he chose to do. What Tinubu did at Chattanham, I don't have issues with it. And I don't understand why people always find it offensive or they use some kind of
No,
language.
there is nothing wrong with it. In fact, it's inspired. Only a fool will expect a know-it-all president, or to any president that knows it all is of no use to anybody, because a know-it-all is actually a know-nothing. And it's quite right to delegate questions to
Yeah.
expertise. And Tinubu did that excellently. They were sparking cutlasses on the floor, but here is Peter Obi now following the example, just as earlier says today, even in Uyo. This one passed me, Professor, answer it.
No, to be honest with you, I'm not sure. I think he just said it as a kind of I don't know what language to use. I'm not sure that I won't say that he didn't understand what the question was, but
No.
he just
That was an aside, but he delegated the question. Is
Oh,
really the
sure.
point.
Sure. One man.
Which was what Tinubu did, and people were calling for his head.
Listen, the delegation of question for somebody like me, I don't have problem with it. The people who are going to be having egg in their face today are those people who were criticizing Tinubu that day, who are Obi fans. So this is why, for me, I always try to balance my analysis sometimes, and things that I don't find wrong, I don't find them wrong, regardless of who is carrying out the action. So for me, I don't think what Obi did today is wrong. I still don't think what Tinubu did last day, because even when I watched the one Tinubu,
Kim, so if it's in if we found our president at a war stage facing international press and they ask him question, he has to be looking for one professor around him to answer the question.
No,
is that the way it is done? Is that the practice?
I think this is where everybody got it wrong last time, and then this is the same problem. These guys are candidates. They are
it
not
doesn't
holding,
matter. Candidate
no, it does. It does.
president.
No,
Hold on.
it does.
Candidate will be
no,
president. And will
it does.
Us.
It does. It make a lot of difference. It matters.
No. It doesn't make difference. He want to be president, and he will represent us at different.
So, Ajale Koko, are you telling me now?
Ajale Koko, let Akim explain to us why it makes a difference. Akim,
okay.
But Ajale Koko's point is that it doesn't make a difference, because even as a candidate, equally as a president, the personality that it brings through is still what we will see.
No. One man, this is why I say you cannot compare it, because one, these guys are not currently holding on any office. So let's put it this way: one man, United Nations is holding a meeting. The president goes there. He goes on the podium. This kind of setting doesn't take place. So I don't understand how we are trying to compare such a scenario as if it's apple for apple. No, they are different. A president.
What do you mean that it doesn't take place?
It just doesn't happen. You cannot go to United Nations and then
progressive. Let me say something. Progressive. When you say the setting cannot occur, what Tinubu did has never happened. So before then, you would probably be saying the same thing, because he did it. Now you're saying that instance is possible. He can actually go to a UN whatever and still do the same thing. Now you now say, okay, so it's actually possible. So let's not.
Sorry, hold on, Akim. Des, how is what Tinubu did at Chatham House? How is it different from what Obi did at Uyo just now?
One man, it's totally different.
Right.
It is totally different. Okay. Why is that? The question already that is being asked, this is a man that has been on the podium that has been interviewed so many times, more than any other candidate, and he's answered the same question that they just put to him so many times.
He said the question is above him. He said the question is above him.
One man. I can get you like probably 10 videos of him answering these same questions. I can send it to you. So there's no point.
Hold on. But Tinubu, equally, he has answered the question, why do you want to be president? He has answered it a billion times.
It's
So
not. It's not just that
no,
question.
hold on. Why is it that him not answering that at Chatham House was sufficient enough to call for his head?
No, one man. It's not just that question. It was the way. The first question they threw to him, he had to like basically put it to everybody that I'm not answering these questions.
Which was what Obi just did now.
No. Can you play? If you can play the video from beginning to end, it's not the same thing. One man. It's
one
not
man. You
the
see,
same
this
thing.
is the level of biasness that I don't want to.
Play the video.
Sorry, carry on.
One man. Hold on 1 second. I want to quickly say this is the level of biasness that I don't like participating in. You understand? Okay. Look, if you go back to the Chatham House question event, right? There were at times when Tinubu surrogate will answer question, and Tinubu will have a follow-up continuation of that answer because it felt like they are still part of that answer that the person did not submit. Tinubu will on his own. If you remember the question of for Nigerians in diaspora casting their vote, Tinubu originally did not answer the question. Somebody else answered the question. Then Tinubu then added a follow-up to that question, which means he knew what the answer was. He delegated the answer to somebody, and when the person did not completely represent the answer, Tinubu added his own part to it. So these guys are just doing these things the way they want to. They want to run their campaign. It's a campaign, and if you're not happy with it, there are other candidates. That is
progressive.
democracy.
Tinubu has been asked a question about security. That became the famous whatever of Abado and all that. He just basically slandered the whole thing, saying that he's gonna employ 50 million. What the fuck? I mean, what is that?
No, please don't use
brother. Let me tell you something. If Tinubu sounded like Obama, if Tinubu sounded like Obama, you still won't vote for him. So let's not go back and forth with it.
All right. Let's progress. Let Hakim have his say. I knew we'll get to this space. It's just the rank hypocrisy in it all. The exact same scenarios just played out, but under Peter B is a completely different thing.
Yeah, that is the biasness that
why they want to be president? Tinubu said, okay, give that question to one of my surrogates, and they'll tell you. He has answered that question a billion times. They say, they say he did not even know his age. They were passing him paper. All of that. We had that for weeks and weeks. Here is Peter Obi now delegating our questions to a surrogate is a totally different thing. It's an act of
one man is a different thing.
Yes, it's the hypocrisy of it, and they don't see it. That's the real thing.
Akin, hold on. Sorry. Yeah. Good morning. It's a different case. One man.
Yes.
When Tinubu were in some conference they had with some first ladies and all that, he can swear do that. That's no problem. That's just a conference he had organized. Hey, Eze. But being on the international stage as a special aspirant candidate in a foreign country is his duty to stand and answer questions. He's obliged to answer or not answer.
Which he did.
Wait, yeah, he's obliged to answer, not answer or not answer.
He did answer. He did answer.
Excuse me, sorry.
Yeah, let me
hold on. Yeah.
But I just watched a little bit now. I've not watched the full. I believe Obi is on a kind of gathering, not even interview. No,
it's in a question and answer session. With
I know. When you're in the
student body,
yeah, it's a gathering they organize for themselves. So that one is like an interaction. They can delegate questions to anybody.
Chatham House was an interaction?
No, Chatham House is not interaction. He was trying to be interviewed internationally. If Obi was there and he do the same thing, I would say he's a coward. I would say that straight.
What are you talking about? That space in Uyo, it was broadcast nationally and globally.
Yes, I know you say that. Like I said,
No. What do
Tinubu
you
has
mean?
been.
Am I wrong? Is what is the question?
Yeah, you are wrong. You are wrong. I will not support you.
Your space. How did I get to know if it wasn't broadcasted?
You are wrong, one man, because Tinubu have such seminars too in Lagos and other places when he interact with women and different sections. They can do anything what they want to do, just like this interaction picture we saw, video we saw yesterday was giving gift to, I didn't say money, give to somebody. That's interaction. You can do anything you want to do. That's interaction. But Tinubu do such thing in Chatham House, giving money to somebody. Not only we that will be calling for a head. The international body will be calling for a head. It's a different scenario, different state.
No. I'm not sure that applies. But let's get back to Akim. Akim, back to you. I see Zaki Fada has come to do his usual counter-insurgency. But let's see how he does that.
Thank you very much, one man.
Carry on, Akim.
My brother, what place? This is what I'm trying to say. Like, who made us be judges to judge how somebody run a presidential campaign? I'm still saying they are running a presidential campaign. We need to understand that there's no set format. There's no set format that you have to abide by when you are running a presidential campaign. You just follow the INEC guidelines. If you go to somewhere, they ask you a question, you want to delegate that question to somebody else, it is up to you. If somebody else don't like it, that is why you have options on the ballot. You go and look for somebody else. You have your right to criticize whatever you feel like you want to criticize, but the guy that is running his presidential campaign also have the right to run his presidential campaign the way and manner in which it seems deems and fit. So for me, I'm not here to judge people format on how they present themselves or their campaigns. So the idea that if you become president, that is the same thing you're going to do. It's just, for me, it's all, those are trash, man. Let's not go that far. We're just pushing it. We are put. When you go to UN, they will do the same thing. Then you will still say the same thing. No, it doesn't work like that. It cannot. It won't go to an ECOWAS meeting and then delegate questions. It won't go to a United Nations meeting and delegate questions. It will not go to African Union meeting and delegate questions. It doesn't work that way.
That's a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, even at those spaces, the opportunity for delegation is not there because it's not there with this. So it's horses for courses, isn't it? It's horses for courses. You know,
these are candidates. They don't hold any office. You want to be president? No, let's stop all of this, man. It doesn't make any sense at all.
All right. Take a question from Rational Mind, and then I want to move you on to another topic. Yeah,
so,
go on.
The progressive, if a candidate at this point is acting the way Tinubu is acting, delegating questions the way he is doing, are you saying that it doesn't bother you if he becomes a president, that we hear?
We're talking about Obi's delegation this time around.
Well, so. He made a comment. That was why I'm asking this question. He said he don't want to answer the question.
Yeah, I just made a submission earlier that it doesn't bother me. Okay, so what do you say about the speech? Do you see when he went to Cross Rivers? You see, of all the performance in Cross Rivers, the only thing that came out of it was that he gave somebody's money. I thought that was one of his best performances I've ever seen him since during this presidential campaign. But nothing came out in that manner. All you hear is that he was bribing somebody to buy votes.
Was that bribe or giving arms? Because that looks like giving arms to me. Where are we going with this narrative that they're wrapping around?
Look, if people, for me, I don't have any. If I was like I always say, if Nigeria wants to go to run a different direction, we have to be honest with ourselves. You have to go and support somebody like Showore. But when we are trying to kind of camouflage, force some candidate onto people to say, look, I've listened to platform whereby it's almost like if you are not supporting certain candidate, you are the cause of Nigeria's problem. Okay, it's almost like it's almost like that in some areas. So I don't look, for me. I don't. Whatever you want to do, whatever you want to say, it's your opinion. I don't have any issues with that. But I will always stand my ground, and I will always take my position. I don't have issues with it. If you want to delegate question, delegate question. If you want to answer question, answer question. What we want is electricity, good road, education, and healthcare. That's all.
All right. Akim, I want to take you next to the kamikaze polls that was commissioned by Atedo Peterside that told us that Peter Obi is more popular than Kwakwanso in Kano. I want to take you to that space, but gather your thoughts on that space. But because this clip, I want to take it round first to see what people are making of it. Because it surprises me that people are now saying this is a different scenario. But let me take this round quickly, then I'll come back to you with the new post that tells us again that Peter Obi is twice as popular as every other person in the electoral cycle. But let me take this video clip round first and kick it off with DOG. So DOG, that clip then is word for word, copy for copy, what Tinubu did at Chatham House. Our professor answered this one passed me. He even joked. We know that was a joke, but that was Peter Obi delegating questions asked of him to a surrogate. But they are telling us that is completely different from what Tinubu did at Chatham House. So you explain to me then the difference at DOG.
Thank you, woman. Good evening, everyone. I just feel I was expecting it. Immediately I saw the notification of what was going to come up on the section tonight. I was expecting the hypocrisy of the obedience to come here and tell us it's quite different. And I've always said it, there is no way you want to scrutinize Obi. And even if it's something somebody else has done, they've condemned before, they will always have one excuse or have a way to really make it look as if it's different from the same scenario of the other candidates they've condemned. To me, it's totally the same thing. And somebody was saying, the Chatham House is different from... It's all the same thing. If you think it's a yardstick enough for every presidential candidate to answer any question that is being thrown to them by themselves, if you go to OJ Market, you must be the one to answer the question. If you go to New York White House, you must be the same person to answer the question. So if people want to go about their campaign like that, why not? Now look at how it's now backfiring on them. Obi has done the same thing now, but they are now coming here to tell us it's quite different. No, it's different. Look at Donyo Kukwe. Oh, this person is fraud. Tinubu is fraud. He did this. He's a drug lord. They've never found anything on him. Once they found Okukwe guilty and convicted him, they have an excuse. And this is what I'm saying. We need to wake up. I don't say don't support. You can support whoever you want to support. But we've gotten to a point in Nigeria now that we all need to scrutinize everybody, even regardless who you are supporting, and look at it like, okay, is this guy this? But if you come, B did this, what do you think about it? It's different. It's entirely different. So to me, there is no difference in it. There is no difference at all.
It's the hypocrisy, isn't it? It was predictable that they would do this.
That's the problem. Immediately I saw that all the section, the topic, I was expecting all this tonight because that's what they do all the time. Why don't you just give a chance for scrutiny? You can still vote for him. Because that doesn't mean they won't still achieve what they want to achieve. But if somebody has fumbled, let us say this person fumbled, that doesn't mean it won't still be able to probably achieve whatever he has promised. But let's call a spade, and let's stop deceiving ourselves and making some people look as if they are stupid. We are not all fools. We are all adults here. We can't be coming here and be thinking you can paint another picture of somebody else while they are all doing the same thing. It doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
You are quite right about the Okukwe one as well. This guy, there's 702 million naira in cash. Nothing wrong with that, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But Tinubu, they've not caught it. They don't know the content of his bullion van, but till today, it's just the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy.
Exactly. It's crazy.
All right.
Sorry. I want to quickly say. I was watching this program, right? And somebody was saying it was not done for corruption. It was just done because he had more than the certain amount of money was supposed to. I was almost going to break my phone that day. This guy was going to, he was going to Dasuki, NSA, not Central, not First Bank, not Echo Bank, not any of those financial. He was going to the NSA office to take
money. Is it? Can we interject?
Hold on now. Akim is talking now. Please.
He was going to the NSA's office to collect money that was they were supposed to use to buy arms for the army to fight insurgency. This man was going to the NSA's office to collect. Where is the NSA? Is it a financial institution? Oh my God, man! These people. Look, I'm tired of it.
You know some of the stories. Some of the stories that they were saying, Akim, was that the money was to run his office. Like you said, the NSA is not a bank. It's not an administrative arm. It's not the finance department of the presidency. It's an organization that is there for security.
For national security.
So why would he be going to the NSA to collect money to run his own office? It's corruption. The EFCC asked him what he did with the money. He couldn't come up with it. 702 million naira. Well, it's theft. If Tinubu had done that, they would stone him. And here he is. The
only reason Okukpe got away with a bigger charges was because the prosecutors, the EFCC, they are the dumbest people when it comes to prosecuting crime.
Everybody gets away from the EFCC.
Yeah, they are the dumbest people when it comes to prosecuting crime. So what they do, they just media propaganda. Instead of them to do proper investigation, they will just go there and just arrest somebody. They start. No, that was a nail-on case. Easy. If they are oh my God.
I'm sure he's grateful to get away with it because I'm sure he'd have been playing on his mind. Probably that's why he's even been Peter Obi's DG, to hide immunity under a high profile. And as soon as he got away with it, he just stepped down.
They did the same thing with Lucky. They did the same thing with Lucky Benejo in Edo State. After all the money is told, they find him 2 million. The man went in his booth and took out 2 million and gave to the court, and they walk away straight to.
Akim, let's look at what we know about the Doyo Okukpe space. We know that he was collecting 10 million naira every month in cash from the National Security Advisor's Office. We know that. We know that the EFCC was triggered and they investigated. We know that. We know that he was called in to account for the money and he could not. We know that. You know, he said he had paid NTA for a program. NTA said the program was run for free. He said he was paying some staff. It came out with a fake list. So we know that he could not account for the money. And we know that it took 702 million naira. We know that. So those four things, we know factually, that's not subject to any, these are matters of fact, which even Okukpe is not saying is not the case. So we know that. So what happened to the money? What was it collected for? Why was it collected? The guy's a crook.
One man.
If you
remember,
sorry, can we interject now? This session is not only one man.
Sorry, do you mind? You can't. Don't do that now. Should I tell Akim to shut up so that you please now help me now? Sorry, carry on, Akim.
One man, if you remember very vividly, very well, during the Ekiti election, how Obani Koro took money from the same NSA's office, right, to Ekiti State for the election purpose. All those cases are still in court. People were not saying to us recently because the government is trying to derail the Obi campaign. That was why they went for Okukpe. This case had been in court for years now. Before Obi even thought about running for elections, this case had been in court. So all of a sudden, when there was the conviction, the government is going after the Obi campaign, what kind of nonsense talk all of it? Listen, World Peace, if you want to come, you can come in.
So sorry, World Peace, I was a bit abrupt then. So you are up next anyway, but World Peace coming. Sorry about that.
Yeah, because the discussion is becoming you and Akim, because if you are talking about Dasuki and all that. So
no, we digress to that space. So back to it then. You are up next. So I
know.
Yeah.
Hold on, sorry, let me tell you. Get your jacket, your school bag, go that way.
Okay, do you want me to give you a moment?
No. Let me quickly just put this.
Yes. So back to the clip. Yes.
Yes, back to that clip. Yeah. I'll throw this to Des and Akim. There was a reason Atiku walked out from the presidential election of 2019 because Buhari was not there, and there was a reason. That lady had a sit and meet discussion when Buhari came with the VP. No, even as everybody disliked Buhari at that time, nobody accused him of letting OSINBAJO answer some questions because we just sit and meet discussion. Same thing Atiku did with Obi. There's a difference why Dubai practices monarchical system of government, and there's a different China practices one system of government. If we are practicing American style of government, that's true federalism, they will do it the way it is, not start cutting corners or spinning wheels. TINUBU was in Chatham House. Since presidential candidate be going to Chatham House, this is the first time we saw he allocating questions to people. Not only Nigeria criticized that move, even international body criticized that move. Now, this we just showed is a meet like a town hall meeting, which TINUBU have did too. We have seen TINUBU so many in several cases. They did town hall meeting with APC women in different states, which people answer questions, other people take the question up. Nobody said anything about that. But when you're in Chatham House press conference to address international body, you do the way it's supposed to be. Now, don't compare Obi's own, which is just a meet and discussion, now to compare with TINUBU, what TINUBU did to set the standard so low, and will now say, worry about this. No, one man is wrong.
No, it's not. I'm not sure what you mean by set the standard low, because I feel personally that it was highbrowed and very much high class what TINUBU did. You know, it presented an excellent speech, sat down and took questions and brought a statement to the conversation. So how is that a low standard? I don't understand.
Yeah, it's a standard because it's a different segment, a different standard.
So who is measuring this standard? Is it you that is
you are the one measuring it?
According to your standard, Abi.
No, Akin,
that's what I'm saying. Who is measuring the standard?
You're the one, Akin. You're the one measuring it. Because yes, this is it. A meet and sit discussion is different from you standing being interviewed by Arise TV. You Arise TV to tell us what you did in one man show. But if we are in one man show discussing like this, we can be interjecting you. It's two different things. This is
you're
you
talking
guys.
You're talking to me as in
you. No, I'm telling
I don't
you
have a team.
See, that is it. It's supposed to be like that. You are interviewing you in a world chatter and a world conference to tell us the office you are going
being
for.
Interviewed. It was an interaction, not an interview.
Chatham House was an interaction. They didn't write Chatham House interaction.
What did they write?
If you sat down with BBC one-on-one, BBC was interaction too.
Yeah, that was a one-on-one interview, but the Chatham House...
Same thing with Chatham House, so people can ask you questions.
The same thing now, was it? It wasn't the same thing, was it?
Now, we all saw it now.
Yes, we all saw it. The BBC interview was him sitting down and the BBC presenter putting questions to him and him answering the question. The Chatham House space was him delivering a keynote speech and then taking questions in a round table with his team. It was a different sort of engagement.
I want to quickly say something to what piece. You talked about the type of democracy that we practice. Practicing democracy and election campaign, it doesn't have anything to do with each other. You can run a campaign the way you want to run your. TINUBU can decide today that he doesn't even want to speak to anybody. He doesn't want to go anywhere. He just go in his house and sit in his house and say, this is how I want to run my campaign. Joe Biden, if you remember, he was in his basement for months and months during the presidential campaign. If you remember, during the Republican primaries, presidential campaign, Donald Trump did not attend one or two of the presidential debates. So, who is measuring the standard? I don't understand what the problem is.
No, Akim,
Hakim, please define democracy before you begin to talk all this they are saying. I
What do
want
you mean define
What do
democracy?
you mean define
define.
democracy?
Where
Go
are
to
we
the
going to?
dictionary and tell me what
One
the
man.
definition
Sorry,
of
guys. One man. I
democracy
think the
is.
question is
What does the
going
definition
round.
of democracy have
Why
to
not
do
let
with
the
this?
question
Akim,
go round instead of interjecting? It's getting rowdy for no reason. Let
Yes.
it go round, then we can just go back to other topics and continue smoothly.
All right, we do that. So yes. So Akim, land that point, and then World Peace round that off, and then we take that question round. We're still with the clip. Akim, you were interjecting, so carry on.
Thank you very much. When people talk about democracy, we're talking about candidate, not government. Government is different from candidate. When candidates are running for offices, you have options. That is why it is called election. You go out there, you support anybody that you want to support. It is when they become government. You cannot hold a candidate accountable. The only way you hold a candidate accountable is through the ballot system. When you go and vote, that is when you then make a preference. But when you have a government, you have to understand this now. Then you start talking about democracy. How the government is accountable to the people. That is when you are asking me to define democracy, you must understand not in the context of when people are still candidates running for the position of president. When they become a president, then the word democracy kicks in. They become accountable to the people. Tinubu as a candidate is not accountable to you. He has his own segment of voters. You, even if Tinubu become a pope tomorrow, the people who are not going to vote for him will not vote for him. But if he becomes your president, he has no choice but to be accountable to every Nigerian, regardless of those who voted for him or those who did not vote for him. Thank you very much.
All right, back to you, World Peace. Round up that space on the clip, and then I want to take that topic round. So back to you, World Peace.
Hold on. Sorry, hold on.
Do you want me to go to another person?
No.
All right. So let's hear from you then.
Akim, Tinubu's accountable.
No. Leave that. Just address the clip by Peter Obi and tell us if you find it consistent with what Tinubu did or not. That's the topic.
Yeah, that Peter Obi, like I said, the Peter Obi owner, I've not seen the full video, but I believe is a meet and discussion section, which everybody can interject the way we interjecting. Anybody can answer question. They want to answer a question, but that of Tinubu is a preamble of what he's going to do if he become a president. So whatever he display reflects what he's going to do.
Well, I hope that is what he's going to do as a president, that he would delegate. He will delegate. I will hope that is what he will do. If he doesn't delegate, then that will worry me.
He's going to be working for us. He's a civil servant, and he owns us. He owns us. He owns us. What I said, the opportunity to explain to us, not delegate questions. It's he we are voting for, not Herufai, not APC.
No, he will delegate when he's a president, of course.
He's not yet a president. He's not yet a president.
Well, yes.
Man.
No, that is how he is going to. That is how he's going to preside.
It's not a private entity. That's why there's a really called a public office holder. He's vying for it. He's vying for it, and he's asking people to vote for him, convincing for the job. So he has to show us the ability that he can do it perfectly and well.
That's what it just showed you. It showed you that if he becomes president, he will delegate authority.
Yeah, and the people that want his vote are saying that is not the way to go.
No, they are not. They are not. The obedience are, but those are not. They are doing it for their political expediency. But certainly not the people. What do you mean the people? I don't object to it. I admire what he did as did Peter Obi because he's not copying it.
No, Peter Obi is not copying it. What Peter Obi did, I'm just so he did. Tinubu has done before the Chatham House. Nobody complained. Nobody complained about that. That's meet and discuss. Buhari did it. Nobody complained. Tinubu did it. But when it comes to like why are
you fixated with Chatham House? Chatham House is a venue.
Because that's the only interview Tinubu have done. Arise.
What do you mean that's the only interview he has done? It wasn't an interview. Why do you keep saying interview? It wasn't an interview.
What's Chatham House for?
It was an engagement.
And that's the only engagement he has done for Nigerian people.
The BBC piece, that was an interview.
The engagement that Tinubu has done, that's the only engagement we have seen.
What about the one he did with the Arewa Consultative
That's not
Forum?
engagement. That was him talking to his APC Arewa people. That's not engagement. Just like
his APC Arewa people?
Yeah, because
the Arewa Consultative Forum,
yes,
the APC.
Yes, it's APC. How many people Arewa called?
Atiku.
You don't.
Atiku was there.
Atiku was there.
I'll get to you.
Atiku was there. Peter Obi was there as well, I suspect.
Wait, hold on. Please, sorry. When the news media
I want you to understand that the Chatham House space, it was not an interview. It was an engagement. It was an interaction. What it did with the BBC, that was an interview.
Interaction with who?
With the fora.
No, with the candidates. No, don't say they don't spin it.
Candidate.
What do you mean?
It's with the candidate.
Yes.
The candidate is the one who is running. The last time I checked, Tinubu is the one running.
Right.
The tradition in Chatham House is anybody who.
Why do you know the tradition? When have you ever followed Chatham House until now? Why are you speaking to the tradition? Do you know the tradition of Chatham House?
Hold on. The tradition with presidential candidates going to Chatham House, Nigerian presidential candidates, is that they go there, they talk. Even the Bubu that went there himself, he spoke. Abacha went there, everybody went there, Atiku went there, and they spoke, they addressed the international community, international press. They have their team there. They definitely had their team, but they took the question because they are the candidates. But
I don't recall that Buhari taking questions.
Go on, watch the previous. None of them. Even when what's his name, Atiku was gaffing at some point, Irina Mercury had to walk up to him and redirect him where he was supposed. He's the one addressing the community. I mean, addressing the international community. So the last time I checked, it's Tinubu that is the candidate. He should speak to the people, not delegate. Anything he has to do, let him become the president. You cannot delegate this thing to your team.
That's your point, not their point. But back to your work piece. That's your point.
Thank you, one man. I don't know how people are going to say. A lot of people have been to Chatham House. Chatham House didn't start today. Indian Prime Minister Modi were there, and so many people who can draw our analysis from there, because Chatham House is not our standard. It's a world standard, not we didn't create it. It has been created more than 50 years before now. So Tinubu had the right to do what he did, but does not make it right. It's okay, but does not make it right.
No. Why are you using right or wrong?
Right or wrong. What are we supposed to use?
No. You can't say right or wrong. Because you are saying Chatham House has its own standards, and the Chatham House was coordinating and organizing that event, and Tinubu, he played out as he played out. So if they felt it was not right, they would have redirected it.
No, Chatham House is not there to correct you.
What do you mean not correct? What do you mean they are not there to? Are you Chatham House? You seem to be impugning your own. Well, but the point I'm making is, if they felt that the engagement was not going to the standards that they uphold, then they will politely, there's nobody more polite than the English, they will politely redirect it. They say, Your Excellency, sir, can you take that question yourself? Or something like that.
And one international journalist stood up and said, these questions are meant for you, not for your how will I say it, your surrogate or whatever. They ask him there, not the Nigerian journalist, because they know, because we're not supposed to be so. For the fact you're doing it does not make it right. It's okay, you can do it.
Keep saying doesn't make it right. What do you mean make it right? Okay, have your say. Anyways, it's your say.
Yeah, he's supposed to just give his section about what he's going to do and move on. If you cannot take the question and leave it, nobody's going to hold him to that. But comparing what will be...
So, okay, sorry, what pace? If nobody's going to hold him to that, why are you now holding him to him delegating? If he's not gonna, if he says no,
I know you want to come with that.
So why are you holding him to delegate?
I'm holding him to it because hold on, DOG, is his question, not a verified question. If I ask you how old are you, and he said it's my privacy, I'm not going to say it. Nobody's going to flog him for that. Simple. But if I ask you, Tinubu, how old are you? And he call Saraki, say, Saraki, how old am I again? Then you will say, man, this guy is not even serious. Doesn't even know what he's going to do. Doesn't want to run, wants to be my president. That's the difference. You know? That's the difference.
All right.
And when I'm done, this boy is giving me hard time here.
No. Yes. Thank you. Yes. We love hearing from him. So let me take it on, and let me take it to Desmond. So Desmond, do you know where the conversation is? We were talking about Peter Obi delegating questions to his surrogate in the same manner that Tinubu did in Chatham House, but people are telling us that it's different. So oh God, can we even go with you? There's so much.
I'm here.
Okay, all right, go on.
One man, I really don't have any comment to that video until you play the whole video. That's what I'm gonna say. If you play the whole video, we can now deduce what actually happened if it's the same with Chatham House. Because you're saying because of the few, I think, is it a 5 seconds or 10 seconds clip that everybody is now using to, I don't know what to call it. We have to actually know what actually happened.
We saw what happened. It was asked the question and he palmed it off.
No, one man, you played a 10-second video that
it wasn't. Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Yes. So how would you make us to change that narrative? Thank you.
We have 4 questions now because we answered 2.
No.
So let's deal with the 4.
Okay, for now.
I will start with the last one. And I want Professor to tell us, if he's a professor, I want him to tell us how education is the stand. Prof, this can pass you.
So there it is, right there. I'm not sure I'm not sure if we need to hear anymore. A question was asked, and he delegated it. So
one man, there's no point of him delegating that exact question that you're saying that he delegated. Is even like the easiest question for him to answer, because let me tell you, it's about education, right? Which he has actually proven beyond reasonable doubt in Anambra State that he can actually answer that question with his past antecedents. So him telling someone to actually, okay, you know what, I think whatever have been saying, people are not even understanding it. You know, Professor.
But hold on, Tinubu has similarly answered all the questions that he delegated.
One man, that's not true.
What do you mean? Tinubu has not answered why he wants to be president. He has not spoken on security.
Is that one man is security that he was saying that we all know that he blundered in security, and he has actually not. What are you telling me that you're going to employ 50 million people and feed them abado? Is that the answer? No, I don't understand.
That's just ridiculous. Is that the
answer?
Des. You know what is funny, Des? You know what is funny to me now that you just said? You said he knows the answer, but we are all Nigerian and we understand pidgin English. After he said, Professor answer, this one passed me.
Do you know? Listen, do you know why?
This one said it's simple for him to answer it.
If one man actually played the whole video, I don't think you'll be all this thing wouldn't even become in the truth. But with that few seconds
let me
that
ask
one man
you a question. Des, are you saying that that question Obi can answer that question? Is that your position?
Okay, Ajali Koko.
No, I'm asking.
Ajali Koko, the question is about education, right? It was about education.
Yes, but they asked him a direct question, and this man said,
Ajali Koko,
Professor, come and help me answer.
Do you know why I said if one man played the whole video, it wouldn't be all the.
What Ajali Koko is asking is just yes or no. Is your yes or no?
We won't be going back and forth about
tell us what he's trying to
but
answer.
But can I correct an error? Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Ajali Koko, he didn't say this one passed me. The question is
Hold on.
no, wait.
Hold on. Hold on.
Let me finish.
Yes. So how would you make us to change that narrative? Thank you.
We have 4 questions now because we answered 2.
No.
So let's deal with the 4.
Okay, for now.
For now. And we'll start with the last one. And I want Professor to tell us, if he's a professor, I want you to tell us how education is a scam. Prof, this can pass you.
So there it is. He did say this one passed me.
No. See.
Hold on. But he did say that. No, hold on first.
Let me finish one more.
Can you hold on, please? You said he did not say this one. Yeah, you said he did not say this one past me, but he did say it. So we heard him. So, but carry on. Yeah.
You don't even want me to finish.
No. I just wanted you to.
No. Someone asked me. No. Maybe I'm wrong because I didn't hear that. I'm wrong. So I accept I'm wrong.
Yeah. Carry on.
But so they asked him, education is a scam. This is the feelings of the youth, and he said, you have asked 4 questions. Okay, maybe there is a professor here. Since he's a professor, since this question is about education, there is a professor here. Professor, tell them how education is a scam. I think he's trying to be clown. He's trying to he's trying to create a kind of a comic informal environment. In that very presentation.
A comic informal environment.
Sorry.
Sorry. I want this topic to go around. No. Just hold on. I want this topic to go around. So the interjections are a bit too much now and it's disrupting the flow. So let this go and then we take it round. So Des, back to you.
So like I said, the question.
What are you eating?
I eat Tokyo,
Look at this guy. Christmas has started early. Carry on. Sorry. Yeah.
But anyway,
yeah.
The question is practically easy for P2B to answer, which we all know. If we are being honest to ourselves, education is something that he knows perfectly well, and there is no interview. There is no one single interview you play that P2B did without talking about education. You can't even play one without him referring you to what he did in Anambra State. So if you are coming here saying that it's a difficult question for him to answer, we all know what we are talking about. We know is a lie. We know deep down that we're just trying to make an argument. The argument won't even hold water. That's just the truth.
Hold on, Agalekoko, please. I just want to take this question.
And what Sake Father said is actually true. Because if you watch the scenario, if you actually play the whole video, that's why I say if you play the whole video, we won't be talking about this thing. If you watch the scenario, we'll see is basically trying to be funny in a way. Do you get? If we watch the whole video, that's why I wish we can all go back, maybe after this show, one man won't play the whole video, we can all go back and watch the video. You won't be saying that is the same thing that he's trying to, delegate questions to, professor and all that thing. One man. Let's be honest to ourselves, okay? Let's not try to play politics here.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, there. So we take the same question to Thomas. So Thomas, you are up next. It's the strangest of things. It's a basic question that they asked him, and I'm sure he knew the answer to it. If he wanted to label himself to answer it, of course, he could answer it. No different from asking Tinubu, why do you want to be president, which he could easily answer, but he decided to delegate it to his surrogate. When Tinubu delegated that sort of question to his surrogate, they were sharpening knives looking for his neck. But when Peter Obi delegates similar questions to his surrogate, it's perfectly understandable. Double standards. Thomas.
Thank you, one man. Like, share, and subscribe. Good evening, everyone. One man, what normally rankles me and annoys me all the time is the level of hypocrite people normally display when it comes to Peter Obi. This question that he delegated, I don't have any problem with it. Never. I don't have a single problem with it. But my problem is when Tinubu did the same thing, everybody was at the gate of the Babylon throwing the rotten tomato at him. Why can't they do the same thing now to Peter Obi? Why can't they do the same thing now to Peter Obi? I said earlier on, I don't care that he delegated the question to somebody. And the question is he can answer the question. But he decided to dedicate the question to a professor. Are you telling me that the question they asked Tinubu, he can't answer those questions? But he decided to dedicate it. But why can't they speak against Peter Obi now? It's just a bunch of hypocrites, in my opinion. As they are castigating Tinubu then, why can't the obedience castigate Peter Obi now? That is what normally drives me crazy. That what are you guys doing? Now you are excusing this guy now. But when Tinubu did his own, nobody else, you guys are not excusing him. Even some people that are trying to say, this is a good innovation. This is a good process. And one man, if you remember vividly, you said it that day, said, this system is going to be coupling. People will start using this system. And it's even playing out in even Peter Obi doorstep today. Why can't
you see, Thomas? If Tinubu had not delegated questions in Chatham House, Peter Obi would not have had the bravity or the expansiveness of thought to even think to do that. It would not have the bollocks to do that. It would not have the capacity to do that. But it was because Tinubu did it that he felt that space has been opened. Because he struggles anyway, is always incoherent, and he knows he's incoherent. So now that the window of delegating to your surrogates has been opened, so he now walks through it. So that's just the thing. And similarly, how he copied Tinubu's manifesto.
Can I also tell you why it is? Can I also tell you why you have lied again?
He's following the daddy, and he's
Can I tell you why you have lied again?
All right.
The place you have lied again is saying he copied Tinubu. That is because Tinubu did it, and that is why he's doing it. And let me tell you why it's a lie. Peter Obi had gone to, what do we call it? To the diasporan tour before the Chatham House event, right? And during his diasporan tour, when he was talking to diasporians, the day he came to Houston, I think Texas, there was a question they asked him. And after talking, he said, Pat or Tommy, also you should talk about this again. So it's not, don't say.
No, he didn't say Pat or Tommy, you should take this question.
Oh, there was a question of Pat or Tommy.
He gave an answer and then it said Pat or Tommy.
There was a question
to add to this.
No, there was a question they asked him, and that very question, like anchored on something like economics. He said, Pat or Tommy is a professor of economics. Talk about this. Pat or Tommy talked. After talking, he now said, of course, Pat or Tommy has said a lot as a professor, but in a very layman English, I will summarize it this way. And he summarized it.
All right. Let Thomas carry on with
don't
his
say
thoughts.
it's because
sorry, one man. Sorry.
Please.
Let Thomas,
let Thomas just carry on with his thoughts.
Okay.
It's too much. Go on, Thomas.
Yes. One man. I'm back to the hypocrite. If it is Tinubu that said they asked him question, and he said this one passed me, and he dedicated it to somebody else, we will be having the same conversation. I said it earlier. I don't care about Peter Obi dedicating a question to a surrogate. I don't care. It's the level of hypocrite of the obedience, which they are even telling us on this platform now. If Tinubu said this question passed me, And even if you say it in a comic way, now they are not wanting saying they are saying it is comic now. It's comic now. If it is Tinubu that said the same thing, will we give him a pat in the back?
Imagine, pause for a moment and reflect on what you just said. Imagine if Tinubu was in an interaction and they asked him a question and they say, whatever your name is, answer this question for me. Whoever, he says, Shetima, answer this question. This one passed me. Imagine if Tinubu said that. Imagine that. They will shoot him dead. They will shoot him dead.
Heaven will freeze. Heaven will freeze.
Now it's comedy.
Oh my God! You guys, you can do better than this, man. I am crazy here. I'm mad here. You can do better than this. I said it. I will repeat it again. I don't have problem with Peter Obi delegating questions, but if it is Tinubu, if it is Atiku, if it is Showore that did the same thing, will we be having the same conversation?
Yeah, but Thomas, if it was Atiku or Showore, or they won't care. But Tinubu, they have, you know why they circle around Tinubu? Because they know he's on that journey to that say. So that's why they don't really care about Atiku. They know it's going nowhere, and they don't care about, in fact, they even like Showore because it's just like some, side dish, to come, But if Tinubu says it, because they know he's on the journey to that space, imagine if Tinubu had said, Shetima, take this question, this one passed me. Imagine that. They will gun him down. They will gun him down.
It's just, you guys, you can do better. You can do better. Peter Obi, you are doing the right thing. Continue to do what you deem it fit that works for you. And it's just the supporters that I'm having problem with. You guys, you can do better. You can do better. When it's time to criticize.
Funny enough, if they didn't bring up that issue when Tinubu did that Chatham thing, nobody would have even brought this up. That's why I was wondering. Somebody said earlier, one man is lying. One man is lying. And I'm thinking, we won't even be here talking about this now if that didn't come up, because nobody will even reason along with it. It was because they actually brought up that Tinubu Chatham issue. And that is why we are here now. Now Obi has done the same thing, but now it's a different story entirely. They want to package it and caress and paint a different picture. It's quite annoying, to be honest. And I was
that's not
expecting
the same now. Why do you guys keep saying it's the same?
All right. Round off your thoughts, Thomas, and then I want to go into rational mind. Round off your thoughts, Thomas. Yeah.
One man, I'm hungry. I'm just angry. Go to rational mind. It's just crazy. You guys are a bunch of hypocrites. To me, a bunch of hypocrites.
No, the hypocrisy is just it's one of the highlights of this campaign. You are not. Are you an obedient? Are you an obedient now?
Thomas, our hypocrites, are we?
Look at that. All right. So you're up next, and we probably know the direction you are going now, rational mind. But before I come to you, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. Kulata substituting for Alexander Gomez to say Okupe got away with it because Buhari has a deal with Jonathan. So that was to that Okupe space. And then it goes on to add, people confuse tradition with democracy. It's a choice. So that's to that space. I think that might be out of the loop of the conversation, but this one very much central to the conversation. The third super chat from Kulata, it says, if Tinubu said it, rational mind would have a convulsion. So if Tinubu had said that Shetima, take this question, this one past me, rational mind, it will be punching through the computer. It will, it will read into the computer, looking for somebody's neck to rip apart. Imagine if people are saying that. This is
we have drawn the line. We have drawn that bottom line within myself. Because on one platform, he was calling me Araoko. He was calling me.
Yes, well, you know.
That's why we've drawn that line. Myself and him. We always banter online. Oh, anyway, so yeah.
All right. To that clip there.
Yeah. So for me, you see, to that clip you just played, I think I want to go the route of what's his name, Desmond. But I think he still answered the question kind of. I would not want to comment much of that on that until I see the whole full clip for me to understand the context of what really actually happened. But then, like I would say, there is no place for delegating questions in the presidential campaign. But well, does the context matter in this sense, whereby we can allow a candidate to delegate question? Well, it probably I would consider the context for me to say, okay, fine, he has done nothing wrong in this instance if he delegates the question in this instance. But in the instance of, because I think I heard you when you were asking somebody that, why are you so fixated on Chatham House? Because you brought it up one man. The first thing you said before you started asking the progressive question was that you talk about Chatham House and you played us this video and you said, if the obedient now, if you have to be, they should have been mad at Obi the way. So that was why a lot of us were fixated on that Chatham House. We keep repeating that Chatham House every time because you're trying to draw a parallel between the both of them.
No, that wasn't why I said, why are you fixated on Chatham House? He was trying to, but anyway, carry on.
My point is this, like I said, the context will determine if I'm going to say, well, he has done nothing wrong or not. So without that, me see that full video and seeing what really transpired, and after, if that professor really answered that question, what was said before then, because that guy just said something, he just said, 4 questions, and that was where I picked it from. I didn't really get to see what happened. So my point is this, in the context of what we're saying, this person we've been talking about, the other person, TINUBU, he has not get himself up for kind of like a fora like other candidates have attended. He has not ever done that. He has always stick to his own people, his own arranged fora or whatever. The other candidates, they've been interviewed on other platforms that are not even their own platforms, which they organize themselves. So why can't his candidates? Suddenly we saw him, he went to an international platform of Chatham House, where the tradition we've seen with other candidates that have been there previously before him is that they speak to the matter, to the issues that they are asking for the vote of people to appoint or vote them for. But then this guy broke from that tradition. And some people say, oh, he's genius. Oh my goodness, this guy's, I'm not too baffled about that because I know what the Batify, they do a lot. We've seen it play out in many of the forums. When this guy gaff and goof, the next thing is, hey, Batify, hey, but TINUBU, everybody just keep talking like, sycophantic and like, so what is wrong with people? This guy just gaff, he just goofed, and he just tried to cover it all by just serenading him or just praising him with some kind of a senseless kind of a praise. I don't even understand why they praise him in this instance. But you understand how it is. It's just to cover up his gaffe and his errors. So I'm not too surprised if I hear this kind of debate where people talk about what they did in Chatham House as, oh, that's a genius. Oh, that guy is an evil. He's a genius. What is genius about it? The tradition there in Chatham House is, if you're a candidate, we've seen it with other candidates, you talk about what you want to do. You prove to the world that you have what it takes to move the country forward or whatever you're asking for. But he's saying, oh, you answer this question, you answer that question. For me, it's in that context, I think it's not something I would say he did right. But then you said something earlier. He said, when somebody was saying, he says, are you saying that it's not right? That is your, so I would say now that being right and wrong is a subjective thing right now. No.
Is it not subjective?
It's not. I know in the modern world, in the present society we have now, people kind of like make it look like truth is subjective. No, This truth will always stand.
No. What do you mean truth? Truth is subjective, of course.
It's not subjective. Well, you can say the truth is truth, but you just can't. You can't just.
No. Do you know what is not subjective? Fact is what is not subjective, but truth is subjective.
Fact, truth. I see them as synonymous.
No, they are not.
Well, if you want to, maybe you want to put a spin to it, like you want to make it look like fine.
Beware of spinners. Beware of spinners.
Hold on.
All right.
I believe truth is truth. Truth is truth. Is either you.
Truth is subjective. Truth is relative. There's nothing as an absolute truth. What are you talking about now?
Well, like I said, it's something that's open to debate. I know you want to debate. I don't want to debate that with you, but for me, that's my own. That's how I see it. That truth is truth. It's either you say it or you say something different. So. For me, my point is, what I'm trying to say is that in the context of what this guy did, I won't be able to say much in that. Why did he delegate that question in that instance? That I don't have all the facts to.
The question was put to him, by the way.
Of course, obviously, it looks like it was put to him. Like I said.
Well, what do you mean it looks like? They put it to him now. You saw it now.
Well,
the question was put to him.
But I'm saying, like I said,
and then he palmed it off to a surrogate.
Yeah, give it to him. But what I said, the context in this matter will determine how I'm going to answer this question. So I won't want to say much on that one, man. Let me just leave it at that.
All right. Before you go, I was going to save this till later, but let me play you a video clip that I'm sure will rankle you even more. So this is really to rankle you.
Where is it? John. John, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so they give a key on. Yeah, cool. Take a key on. Yeah. Hey, don't rush.
So that's another TINUBU initiative coming to fruition in Lagos State, or are you giving the attribution to Sanwo-Olu? He built it.
One man, I've seen it. If you look at what the news says, he is inaugurating something that has not been completed. It's not been completed. Yeah.
Is driving through. What
they said they are test. I mean, I don't know why people just.
Yeah, they are test running it. Yes.
Test running it.
Yes.
This thing will not function till next year. So what's the point of
January next year? January next year.
You mean it? You mean in 3 weeks? In 3 weeks, Abi?
Yeah, January next year.
That is what defeats. Look at this guy.
President is coming to commission it in January.
Sometimes just give credit where credit is.
January next year, is that what they said?
Yes.
Yeah, January next year. Yes.
I didn't hear that.
Is not all the track that is being completed, but some 70%.
No. This
but what does it matter?
Hold on. They have blue line, they have red line. This blue line that the test run is what is ready. So they're gonna start. It will start running from next month after President commissioning. So
what's the point of this one? This one that they just did today. What's the use when somebody is coming to? They're going to vote money twice for inauguration. You see how people just wait? How wasteful the Lagos State taxpayers?
No, that was a test running. Now that was a publicity clip to highlight.
Did you see the inauguration ceremony they did, where he briefed? They were in a hall, and the well decorated, well lit, and everything. You know how much he voted for that alone?
What do you mean to decorate a hall and to buy finger
This is a wasteful. To
decorate a hall to celebrate probably one of the biggest achievements the country has ever witnessed.
Coming to inaugurate it. A president is
yes,
coming to inaugurate.
yes, now because he wants to have his moment at the local level.
There you go. He wants to have his moment. You just said it. He wants to have his moment.
Is that moment not worth having?
It is wasteful. It is wasteful
to put up balloons and buy finger food to say, look at what I've done.
They vote hundreds of millions of naira for that.
Hundreds of millions. Yeah. Where did you say that?
Okay, let them declare how much they spent.
Rashada, stop
My
talking
God,
what you
man.
don't know sometimes.
It's unbelievable.
Stop talking what you don't know sometimes, please.
What I don't know. Do you know how much they vote for all these kind of things that they do?
Now you said, it's next year. They are telling you it's January. You don't even know it's January. So that means they don't even have major information. So why are you even trying to condemn it?
Listen,
hold on, everybody. Rashada, do you want to acknowledge the achievement first and then follow that?
Not acknowledge any achievement.
It's not an achievement.
Hold on. Don't put words in my mouth. Let me quickly answer.
No, I'm asking. I'm not putting words in your mouth.
Yeah,
but do you want to either or not acknowledge the building of a light rail fast track mass transport system, the building of it to completion? Do you want to acknowledge it as a piece of achievement first before you add on the criticism or not? Do you want to do that or not?
Building a light rail is a good achievement. It's an achievement.
Right.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Well done.
It's a good thing. Yeah, it's a good thing. But over 16 years on one thing, for how long? That's the question. And now look at what they are doing now again. Voting out money for some kind of inauguration that doesn't even make sense. Why don't you wait for the president to come and vote out that money and do the whole inauguration once, rather than spend taxpayers' money like that? That is what we're talking about. Then DOG, I said it here that next year is when they're going to inaugurate it. But when it's going to start functioning. That was when Ajaliko had to jump in. He says January. So don't get it wrong. I said it myself.
All
right. I don't want to label that space too much. Let me just.
What I want to say. We are talking about legal Chatham House, and it will be not.
Yes. No, he brought it up. No, I brought it up. So thank you, Rational Mind. So Rational Mind, round off your thoughts on that Obi clip, and then I'll take it on to Ajaliko.
For me, like I said, I won't be able to say much, but if Obi does that, in that of the Chatham House, like in Chatham House, and he does delegate that kind of question, I will rail on him. But in the one you just showed us, I don't have all the files. So where was it doing? Where was that video clip, one man, if I may ask?
It was in New York just earlier today, I suspect. That
was at the campaign, no doubt.
One man, please, Rational Mind. Can I ask something in 5 seconds, please? If it is Tinubu that we deliberate now, will you say that you don't have anything to talk about it? Just answer in a truthful manner, please.
Deliberate what? I don't understand.
If it is Tinubu we are deliberating now, this video of Peter Obi, will you say you don't have anything to say about it? Thank you.
Well, that's a good question you ask. Will I not? Maybe because of my my stance on him, maybe I would have been too forward to say yes. I would have railed on him without even considering the whole video. Maybe possibly I must have done that. Maybe I would do that. But my reasoning is not that too flawed to want to like everything I have to rail on. I usually watch most of the things you people talk about here about Tinubu. I watch it to myself so I know what to say. Like the one man just brought up again. I watched it on Channels News, the whole inauguration and everything. And I hear next year, but I don't know if it was January. That was why I said something that they're commissioning right now that is going to function next year. What's the point of that? Why don't you just start it? So when I make my comment here, it's because most of them, if I've not watched it, I don't know anything about it. I'd rather want to pass on that. So maybe I'll just pass on this. So just to answer your question, maybe possibly I would have railed on him because anything Tinubu really infuriates me. But like I said, I would still want to consider the whole context before I can say anything. But that of Chatham House, I watched it many times. That's why I can always talk about it.
All right, brilliant. Let's move that question on and take it to Ajaliko. So Ajaliko, you've been hearing the debate. It's the same sort of scenario, two different characters, one criticized and one applauded and lauded. So is this hypocrisy that we're seeing here, or is there a distinction because Tinubu did his at Chatham House and Peter Obi did his in the South? Ajaliko?
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think we have to be sincere with ourselves, if not all the time, at least sometimes we should be sincere. We should be able to admit and accept it when it's done wrong. Look, the last time that TINUBU did the similar thing that we did today at Chatham House, all the people that were praising TINUBU that what he did was fantastic, was innovative, was the best teamwork, all of them are Yorubas. All of them were Yorubas. And all our obedient that are Igbos disagree, vehemently disagree with them, oppose them, told them that Tinubu lacked the capacity, he couldn't answer the question, and all of this and that. Today, he switched the other way around, but we did the same thing today. All the Igbos are defending Obi. Oh no, this is what he did. It's not that. I mean, it's a good thing. He answer. He knows the question. It's a comic. This Kulata said it was innovative that day. Now, Zaki Father is saying it's a comical today. Yoruba man say what Tinubu did was a kind of innovative idea. An Igbo man is supporting Obi, saying that it's kind of a comical thing that Obi was doing. Look, we can accept sometimes when our candidate has done wrong, we say yes, no, he didn't do this well, and then we move on instead of arguing and defending what is indefensible. Both candidates, by their action for delegating question to another person or outsourcing question to one of their associates, simply shows that they lack the capacity to answer that question. That's it. Because there is no point for them to delegate it if they can easily answer it and then move on. That is just it. And what we need to know is that the reason for question and answer for presidential candidates is to test their knowledge on issues and matters that concern the country. They want to know how vast their knowledge is on issues that matters in the country. They want to know if they have the capacity to handle the issue well by the way they answer the question. The way they answer the question can clearly tell us that, oh, this guy understand the problem and he can provide solutions. He has solutions to our problem. But when you start seeing candidates, delegating questions, it's not good. It's not the way it should be. It shouldn't be like that. It is totally wrong. And we should be able to say it in a clear term that, oh, my candidate, I think what he did, I think it's not good enough. I hope he can do better. This is not good for his image. And that's it. Just the way Okupe did by resigning his position because it's not good for the image of the campaign. The second day, within 24 hours, after he was convicted, he put up his resignation letter and then quit. That is the way it should be. But to keep defending our candidate all the time, he has not done, he's good. He has not done anything. He's comical.
Ajale Koko, is it an unreasonable expectation to expect that our candidates should be able to take on all questions put to them?
Is it what?
Is it an unreasonable expectation to expect that candidates should be able to take on all questions put to them?
Look, whoever that want to lead a country, want to be a leader of a country, must be a person that is well prepared for the job. Because the job, you want to, to be number one, that means you want to, every issue, every problem that country is facing, you must have idea. You must not say, oh, I don't have idea on this certain area. No. A president that want to lead us, that want to solve my own problem, the problem that is ravaging us as a nation, it should be able to convince us that he knows that those problems and he has solutions to those problems.
I'm not sure that I agree with. I think more the expectation should be somebody must have the capacity to make the right judgments. So that's not, it doesn't have to know everything. Who knows everything? What you must demonstrate is a capacity to make the right judgment. That's really
whenever have you seen the Prime Minister in Britain where you are, they asking him question and he have to delegate it to the to associate. When have you ever seen that?
Can I answer?
Yeah, go on.
Can I interject? Baba Janikoko, there is not. Look, we are denigrating our own people. Why do we have to follow some white guy's method?
No. Forget the white guy. No. Let's not. I don't want to go down that road.
I'm not talking about race. Okay, not white, foreigner. Okay, if we design, who says we cannot design the rules? Why do we have to judge our people by other people?
The system of government you are running, democracy, is it your own? Is it African system of government? Is it not copied from Britain or America?
Britain or America didn't design the government by themselves originally. It's different parts of the world throughout human history.
No. We are now deviating the conversation. I want to take it back to what Ajale Koko was saying. What the expectations should be of a president or somebody that aspires to be a president, that he must be able to address all questions put to him. And I'm inviting that. Is that an unreasonable expectation? Because that's really the colloquialism for that sort of a person is a know-it-all. Why can you possibly have that expectation that somebody must be able to have an idea of? If it doesn't, I'm proposing instead that more what we should look for is the capacity of that person to make judgments, and that really is, you cannot expect more than that, surely.
100%.
Yeah.
Let me tell you one man. Judgment will come behind the door. Judgment will not be in front of everybody. Judgment will be behind the door. It's off.
Ajale Koko, we're losing you.
For the country. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. Carry on.
I said the right judgment should be behind the door with his team to make the right judgment in the interest of the country. But it should have idea, it should have knowledge of every situation, every issue that matters to the people of the country, and it should be able to answer questions on every one of them. Judgment is different. When you want to take a decision on the country, we are not going to be there. He will be there with his team, and they will do that decision and that judgment on behalf of us. But when it comes to question and answer session, the president should be able to convince me
I've had senior functionaries in this country say, when they are put a question, they say, I don't know, but I can certainly find that out for you. I've heard senior politicians say that, I don't know, but I can certainly find that out for you. Or I'll give you a fuller answer in the fullness of time.
If it has to do with presentation of fact. But if that is when that politician will say something like that. But if it have to do with, discussing the issue, it should be able to discuss it, if not extensively, at least in brief, to convince the country, to convince the people, the listeners, that, oh yes, he has idea of what he's talking about. A leader,
if he doesn't have an idea, but then if he's brought up to speed and then is able to then make the right judgment, how about that?
That is why I told you earlier that when it comes to judgment is not going to be in front of me and you. It's going to be behind the door, behind the closed door, with his team in their office, in the Oval Office, or I don't know what the Prime Minister office is called, down street, or what do they call it?
Downing Street.
He will be there with his team. We argue it and come to a logical conclusion. We take a right decision in the best interest of the country. But for a president or whoever to be president,
we're losing you again.
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a bit better. Round it up, then I'll go on to Saki. Yeah, back to you.
Yeah. But for a person that wants to be my president and cannot discuss issue on the national TV, it's a disgrace. It's a national disgrace. It's a shame on anybody that wants to be president that cannot discuss issue to convince his people that he have idea of what being asked about.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, we're struggling to hear you, but thank you. I think we got the thrust of what. Yeah. Let me go on to Saki, because it is cutting quite sharply all the way through.
One man, please, before you go to Saki, let me tell this to Saki and Des. Your assertion was more damaging than what you accused Obi for. You're saying what Obi was saying was a bit comical, and what Des was saying, that was a very, very, very wrong assertion or narrative to try to portray what Obi was doing. And again, let me end it with this. What would have said, if you see that show, one man presented to us, the show to us, it was Labour Party stuff. You could see the high table was Labour Party functionaries delegate from maybe the speaker, whatever, the youth leader and all that. They were on high table. Well, Obi was down floor with the people. So that was just a conversation different from Chatham House. So we speak to the narrative the way it is. We should not compare oranges and apples. You understand? So that your narrative and this is really wrong. It's below the belt. Thank you.
No, it's not wrong. You just don't agree with it. That's all. There's no right or wrong. But to you, Saki. So Saki, to you then, I think you were already preempting that is out of context and everything. But what we did here was a question put, and what we did see was that question deflected. So that's enough. That's a context in itself. So what we heard was a question put, and what we saw was the question being put to Peter Obi, and then what we subsequently saw was Peter Obi deflecting that question to a surrogate. Exactly the same sequence we saw at Chatham House, but you have a different reading of it, Saki. All right, we don't appear to have Saki further. So let's go on to Fatai. So Fatai, your reading of that space, Fatai.
Yeah, brother. There's so much shifting of goalpost. Bro, I don't know, but let me just start with the preamble. Uh, when World Peace said now that event was local, was somewhere in Nigeria. Me personally, what one of the things that I don't like most in my life is what is called cognitive dissonance. The ability for somebody to hold two opposing thoughts in one brain. The brain cannot handle it. Before they were criticizing Tinubu that Tinubu, instead of taking questions from local people, he goes to foreign land to be taking questions, and that's supposed to be bad. On the other hand, they are saying, well, if the same thing we say is not good, if it's done locally in Nigeria, it's not the same thing as Chatham House. In other words, if you go to some foreign land to do it, then oh yeah, it's a big deal. But if you do it in Nigeria, okay, it's not a big deal. In that case, why are you criticizing Tinubu that he goes to foreign land to speak? He didn't speak local. This is cognitive dissonance. Me, I love. We are all Nigerians. We can't change it. Whatever. I can't. I don't particularly like to measure myself with some foreigner. Who cares about the foreigner? Who cares if it's Chatham? Who cares about Chatham House? If it's not good, it's not good. If it's good, it's good. Whether it's Chatham House, whether it's Nigeria. If you say it's only important, it's only significant that it's done in Chatham House, are you saying whether doing it in Nigeria is not important? It's not special enough. Only Chatham House is special for you to make a criticism. But if it's in Nigeria, oh no, it's nothing. Then what are we when the foreigners or I don't know are looking down on us? Why do you feel angry then? If by ourselves we look down on our own space, it's done wherever it's done. If the thing is bad, it's bad. If it's good, it's good. This is the matter of objectivity. That's number one. Number two, the shifting of goalposts. Like I don't know who said one time that the question was on education. That of course Peter Obi knows everything about education because of what he did in Anambra. Well, what he did in Anambra always is that he take the WAEC from 20 something to first. That is so egregious. WAEC is not ranked state by state who is first. It's not. It's even impossible. You cannot rank this state is first, this state is second, this state is third. How do you know? What defines first? Is it the how many A's people have, or is it how many credits? Is it in which subject you have is not in the number? Is it this? It's impossible for WAEC to be ranked state by state. So Peter Obi saying that is one of the most ridiculous jokes live anybody can ever say. You cannot rank WAEC state by state because by what parameter will you rank it? So he took Anambra. You can say he improved Anambra's WAEC, but you cannot say he took Anambra's WAEC from a position from 20 something to first. Who defines what is first? Is it by five credits? Is it by 9 credits? If you say 5 credits is first, if you say 9 credits is first, maybe some people don't care about 9 credits. They just want 5 credits. If I get A1 in 5 credits, I did only 5 credits. Who are you to tell me that your own 9 credits of A2s is better than my own 5 credits? So it's impossible to rank state. So Peter Obi is lying about that's such a bold lie. But me personally, I love Peter Obi. I think he's played a very smart game. But I think it's the last time I was saying obedience are the worst enemy of Peter Obi. They create they force things down your throat. They create such impossible. It's even if you know a little bit more than 2 plus 2, you wouldn't even want to support Peter Obi from what obedience do. These things happened now is the same thing you criticize Tinubu for, by which of course it's perfect. No, but because some Chatham House has some traditions. Who defines tradition? Traditions are broken every day. Every day traditions are broken. Are you saying that because it's Tinubu in Nigeria, he doesn't have a right to break a tradition because he's not British? So if that tradition was broken before Tinubu, 2 days before Tinubu came by a British, then you will say, okay, it's fine. So because Tinubu is the one to break it now, there can't be anything good about it. No, it doesn't work like that. If Tinubu broke it, if objectively it breaks with tradition, There's nothing wrong with breaking with tradition. Traditions are broken away with every day, everywhere. That is actually the point of life. That we will not progress in life if we don't break away from tradition. There used to be a time that women couldn't vote. Should we then say because it's the tradition for women not to vote, we should keep living like that? Traditions are broken every day. Tinubu broke the tradition of Chatham House. At any rate, we don't care about tradition of Chatham House. Chatham House is not Nigeria. We're not voting in Chatham House. We don't care what happens there. But if he broke it, okay, he broke it. Now, you can't say because he broke it, therefore it cannot be right. If you say, if you want to create, I don't even know what people...
Fatai, Woman, can I interject?
Carry on, yeah.
Sometimes it baffles me and it nauseates me a lot when I hear people say things the way they say it. It's your opinion. I'm just trying to understand why people sometimes they say what they say. This one man called Tinubu, we kind of make excuses for him for many things. And it seems like
we just make an excuse for Obi.
Well, don't get me wrong, Fatai. I criticize Obi if I have to criticize him. I criticize him on this platform. If I don't have to criticize him, I don't see any reason why I won't do that. But then sometimes we make excuses for this one person called Tinubu. All because of what? I don't get it sometimes.
No. Hold on, rational mind. Sorry, you can continue, Fatai, but there are more reasons to be critical of Peter Obi than there are to be of Tinubu. And more reasons, more concrete reasons even to be critical of Peter Obi than there are of Tinubu. But
brother,
people give him a pass. But carry on, Fatai. Yeah,
brother. Yeah. It's not about defending Tinubu. It's because obedience forces you to be defensive. They are shoving things down your throat. You have not. I'm not a baby. You will be shoving things down my throat. You will leave me with no choice than to come back and defend you. What they did a poll. They said Peter Obi 15% in North. Kwankwaso is 2%. What do you expect? You expect Kwankwasians to just lie down and take it? They're gonna come back at you. This is life. Nobody is a baby.
It's not the same point.
Down our throat. Now you said Tinubu did bad in Chatham House, and now you are trying to defend Peter Obi. What do you expect people to do? They just lie down and take it. No, it's not that everybody is trying to defend him. Many times I've been here. I have said it many times. I love Peter Obi personally. I don't think he's an angel. He's not Jesus Christ, and he's not Einstein. He's not Jesus Christ. He's corrupt as every other politician. It might be less corrupt. It might be, I don't know. He cannot come and say Peter Obi trust in heaven. He's not an angel. He invested Anambra's money and put in his own company, Fidelity Bank. You don't do that. All this is quoting Netherlands. If you did that in Netherlands, they will prosecute him.
They will jail him.
They will prosecute him. You don't, but that's not the point. Because what he did might not even
that is called conflict of interest.
Yeah. We might not be as bad as other people. That's fine. They are all corrupt. Peter Obi might even be cleaner than all these other. It might even be cleaner than Tinubu. That's not the point.
But Fatai, can you hear me?
Yeah.
There is nothing to suggest that Peter Obi is cleaner than anybody in this electorate.
No, I'm not saying.
Because you've just given an example right there. Imagine if Tinubu had taken all the account of Lagos State during his tenure and packed it into a bank that he's the major shareholder of. So that's why I'm saying a lot of the things that criminalizes Peter Obi, they criminalize him more concretely than anything because a lot of the things that they throw at Tinubu, yes, a lot of them, but they are innuendos, they are inferred, is not as substantive. But if Tinubu had taken, and these are not made up stuff, this was what Peter Obi did. He took the account of Anambra State and put it in Fidelity Bank, which is a bank that he was the chief executive, major shareholder of just prior. He did that. So that's that's fraud. That if that's not fraud, then I don't know what is.
Brother, all these other politicians, they steal money, but they hide under the table and steal it. Peter Obi, what he did is like daylight robbery. You take my money, put in your own account, and you tell me you make investment for me.
In your own factory, in your own factory. It's unbelievable.
No, I'm not. Look,
they will
I
come
love
after you.
Let them come after me. I don't care. Let them come after me. The point is this: I love Peter Obi. Peter Obi didn't steal the most money of Nigeria. At any rate, the money was already given to Anambra. If Anambra people don't have a problem with Peter Obi taking their money and putting in his own company, it's not Nigeria's money at that point. It's Anambra people's money. My only problem is if it was a discussion with major shareholders of Anambra, or if it was through a referendum and they all decided that it should do that, it would not be anybody's problem. That is how in company things are handled ethically. You want to make, you are the governor, you are not. If you want to change, they give you money to take care of the people. Now, if you want to change the course, you have to set up a department of investment, or you have to go through the parliament to say this money, this project, I'm not going to use it to do executive stuff. I want to change the nature of it. The parliament will pass a law, or they will do whatever they do, and they will either they will sign it into law.
Do you know, Fatai? Do you know that during Peter Obi's tenure administration as Anambra governor, it was bypassing due process in the awards of contracts, which was yes. So that's one. But the biggest contracts, they were going to some guy called I think Peter Odotiem. Do you know who this guy is? This is his business partner that he was building shopping complex. You know, he holds all this shopping complex which he calls Next. His business partner that he was building all of his shopping complexes all over the country as a private person. That was the person getting the biggest contracts in Anambra under Peter Obi.
Brother,
so this was what happened.
Brother,
but this guy, they just let him get away with so much.
That's what I'm saying. They let him get away with calling all the countries in the world, in the Netherlands, in Vietnam, in this. If he did any of these things in all those countries, they will prosecute him. They will prosecute him. It's a basic accounting standards. Like there is it's not even like an opinion. Look, let's say you are an investment manager, you are managing investment. The closest thing to that is pension funds. You cannot take pension funds and just invest it anyhow. You have to invest it only in safe assets, not in some banks. Those things in terms of investment, they are categorized as risky investments. The only instruments that are classified as safe investment are treasury bills, especially US treasury bills. Those are the only investment, like come rain or shine, the money, you will get the money back, and they always have low interest rate. Now, if anything other than US treasury bills, if you go in America there, if you take a pension fund, like in other words, the money of the people, you take it and just invest it in some risky asset, you will have a problem. You can't just do that. It's not allowed. These are basic accounting norms, investment norms. You can't do that. You have to invest people's money in safe assets. If you see an opportunity, you want to change the direction, you have to do risk assessment. Is there a report of Peter Obi doing the risk assessment of this investment? You want to invest people's money, not his personal money, people's money into it. There's no risk assessment. There's no, what if Fidelity Bank failed the next day you put the money there? There could be a whole lot of things. Even the investment Soludo is talking about. What the heck? You are a major share, you are a part of shareholder in that company also. They put a 90% loss on investment. They didn't even break even. They lost 90% in value. And Soludo comes and says the investment is worth next to nothing. And everybody wants to kill him. It's just a fact. That's nothing to do with nothing. But I don't like to criticize Peter Obi. I don't think he's the worst politician of Nigeria. My own personal opinion, I think he's cleaner than a lot of all the politicians. I will not even be surprised if he's cleaner than Tinubu. That's not I don't even like to criticize him. Me, I believe this election should be between Peter Obi and Tinubu. That's my personal opinion. I would even like Peter Obi to be there, because who knows, even young person can have a problem. But Tinubu, clearly, we can see his hand is shaking, whatever. What if Tinubu cannot go on? I would like Peter Obi then to be president, like my own personal preference. The only thing I think Tinubu will win is because Tinubu has been building this machine. It's very difficult for you to just come in a matter of months and you think you're going to be president. Other than that, I think Peter Obi has played a very, very smart game. But
so the ANAC poll doesn't count.
It's tiring.
Fatai, take a question from Rational Mind.
Are you saying the ANAC poll does not count?
ANAC poll. I will tell you about ANAC poll.
Oh no, hold on. Don't tell us about that. We are coming to that next. We are coming to that next. And I'll come to you first, Rational Mind, on that. But round off your thoughts on the clip, and then we hear from Patrick on the clip, and then we go to that poll that was commissioned by Atabo Peter side.
No, my own thought is just that. Also, I'd like to second you on what you said about truth being subjective. This one is decided a long time ago with allegory of the cave. Truth is where you are facing. Your truth is most where you are facing. That's why even in the court you will use falsehood and lie, because you cannot all the truth, lie, these things are subjective. If you don't know the content and you say your own, you speak something and it turns out to be a lie, but you didn't know it's a lie, you are not lying by law. If you didn't know, it has to be intent. Truth and lies have to do with intent. Facts and data are what is definite. Truth is your truth.
This is it. I try to educate Rational Mind, but it's too obstinate to learn.
Your truth against my truth doesn't mean I am. If I say something that I believe it to be true, you understand? It doesn't mean I'm lying, but that's the way I up to the level of my knowledge or context. That's the way. That's my truth. But if other information comes in, then I will be forced to change it. But it doesn't mean I was lying yesterday, but it's my truth. So if it's facts and data, these are definite. Truth, very subjective. But we should always strive towards truth, towards like at least to the best of my knowledge, this is the truth. That is what you are. That is the most kind of effective. And then finally, my own point is just that Chatham House, whether it was a tradition or it's not a tradition, that's not even the point. It's some foreign land. Who says we cannot break the tradition of some foreigner? Are we not smart? Do they have two heads? We have one head. We can break the tradition. If you want to discuss whether it's not good, I can get it. But when people start to make a distinction, the Chatham House or local, it doesn't matter where it is. If the event, that one is either neither here nor there. According to anybody's taste, you might not like it, I might like it, or whatever. This one is. But if the debate is because it was in Chatham House, who cares about Chatham House? It's just some place in some foreign land. We can go there and break their tradition. It doesn't matter. They can break it and we can break it. If they can break it, if they start to do it differently now, we will not mind. If they had done it before, we will not mind. But because Tinubu is the first to do it, we say it shouldn't be done. Why can't Tinubu break established tradition if he is entitled to it?
All right, brilliant, well put. So very good. So that's Fatai. Now you see the quality. You heard the quality. So there it is right there. So we go to Patrick next to see what he's making then of what people are saying are double standards, but arguments to the contrary. But on the way to Patrick, let me acknowledge the super chats that have come in. Solly joins Kulata in the super chat to say congratulations to Peter Obi on his latest endorsement, more to come. So that's sarcasm you'd expect from Solly, of course, and Yini hypocrite. So that's Solly making attempts at being a Yoruba speaker, the Dutchman called Solly trying to be a Yoruba man. So there it is. So thank you, Solly, for the super chat. And as ever, the only person keeping the Buy the Coffee Space 100, you already know the name, Ayo, as ever. He does as he always does to keep that place 100. So you can see if we scroll all the way through, it's just Ayo all the way through. So thank you, Ayo, for the Buy the Coffee. And others welcome to join Ayo as well. It's quite a mystery that nobody really joins him. But let's take the conversation to Patrick to see if he's still there. Patrick, are you still there?
Yes, Rush, I'm here.
Yes, you wanted to go after Rational Mind, Abby. It was on your mind already. No, I'm sure you've seen the clip, Peter Obi, in an interaction at your he was asked the question. He asked one of his subordinates to answer it. Nothing wrong with that under normal circumstances, but setting it against the backdrop of Chatham House. We are now inviting the same level of criticism, but the excuses are plentiful. Patrick.
Yes, yes, one man is very, very interesting. I'll quickly address some issues that were raised by different people, and then I'll go straight to the point there. With respect to the truth, I would speak after my brother. The truth is actually not subjective. The truth is the truth. The truth, something is true if it is what it claims to be as a basis of experience. If I have fuel in my car, it is true if I go into my car and I see I have fuel there. It's not based on your knowledge. If, for example, you don't know how to read the meter, and your knowledge says that you have full tank, but the meter, which is the truth, saying you have half tank. By the time you get to the road and your fuel finished, the reality will dawn on you. The truth is a representation of reality.
Sorry, brother, I don't mean to interject. Sorry, brother. Is the glass half full or half empty? Which one is the truth?
The fact there is that the glass has water midway. The truth is that the glass is not full.
I don't argue with you. I'm just saying theoretically.
The truth there is that the glass contains water and it is not filled up.
But we're not talking about.
We're just trying to play words.
No, we are getting more into a philosophical debate.
So the truth is a representation of reality. Now, with respect to rightness, one man was trying to question World Peace that it is not what defines rightness, or it is not right for him not to answer the question. No, it's based on, according to Chatham House. Some of us have not even been to Chatham House before. We probably have not had cause to start listening to Chatham House before this time. And I wonder whether anybody have even listened to Chatham House after then. So how can you say according to Chatham House or Chatham House as if we have all suddenly become an authority in Chatham House? Does anybody know? Has anybody sincerely gone to Chatham House website and read something on their website before now or even after now? No, most people have not. I have not. So I can't claim to say, oh, based on Chatham House tradition, it's supposed to be like this. And with Ajale Koko, I want to say that the ideal thing is for a leader to have an idea of almost everything, but there is no such leader in the world. There have never been such leader, and we are not likely to have such leader in the current world. A man who knows everything, who has an idea of everything. And mind you, as a doctor or as a teacher or as a physicist or as a chemist, you cannot claim to have an idea of everything in your field. So you are not even a president now, but at least you have a field. I'm an accountant. I cannot claim to have an idea of everything in my field, but I've been trained in such a way that when new things come out, ideas, when they are discussing issues, I have an idea of the registers that are used in discussions. We have common definition of terms, and with that, I can appreciate meanings and use my accounting brain to make judgments. So that's what is expected of any leader. We expect a leader to have an idea of everything, but there are no such leaders. In short, as fathers, we don't have an idea of everything on how to run a home. If not, we will be having problems in our homes. There is no human being that has an idea of his own field of endeavor. I have the idea of everything in his own field of endeavor. In his own field. Even as a father, I don't have an idea of all it takes to become a good father. But I can appreciate it when somebody talks to me on how to be a good father, and then use my brain to be able to process it and then work towards being a good father. You understand what I'm saying? That's my own position.
Can I interject you? Can I interject 1 minute?
Very well.
Okay. Cabo. Okojometa. When
sorry for people that don't understand Yoruba. It's just greeting me, and I'm saying well done. No?
Look, when it comes to national issues, we know what they are centered upon security, healthcare, economy. Those are the things that when somebody is preparing or contesting for president, all the questions they be asking is going to center around those questions.
That's in our current time.
Everywhere in the world.
No, it has not been an immemorial problem. Security is becoming so much of a problem now. It wasn't like that about 20 years ago.
I will agree with you. So all the questions will be centered around security, healthcare, education, economy. So for a person that wants to lead, he should have ideas around those issues. Because the campaign will be centered around those issues as well, and it will be campaigning that, I will make life better. So when you have a leader that cannot articulate what he wants to do for us concerning those national issues, then it's not fit to be a leader. I'm not saying that you should be talking science, who cares, or you should be talking about logical, or what do they call it? But national issues that concerns citizens on their daily life, everybody whatsoever that wants to be our president should be able to address those issues convincingly for us to see him as a person that has the capacity to lead us and take us out of whatever problem that we're facing in that country. So that's what I'm talking about. So when they ask him that, why do you want to be president? And he passed that question to another person to answer, that is a total stupidity. And we should not accept that from him. The same thing, this question, and he said, this one passed me, let me get his possession. Total nonsense of stupidity and stupidity of the high level. We cannot accept it from them. That is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that president should have, leaders should have idea on everything in the world. No, that is not my position.
All right, back to you, back to you, Patrick.
So, but the point is,
hold on. Let Patrick have a bit of a say. Patrick,
I acknowledge that he should, as a leader, he should have an idea of at least the essential things that are contemporary concerns globally, like security, healthcare, economy, and other international relations and everything. Yeah, I will say that Tinubu knows why he wants to become president. He has touched on that several times. Peter Obi knows at least substantially about education. I'm sure he can discuss it. None of those people that cannot talk about economy, even Atiku that just started, that went to university recently, you can talk about economy, you can talk about education, you can talk about healthcare and stuff like that. And the fact that somebody cannot eloquate it verbally as effectively as the other person. Now, the point is that you have somebody who is very articulate in elocution, not articulate. Articulate means to be able to come get your cross idea. You can articulate your position by writing an article. You can articulate your position by passing it to someone in a way that the person understands it, pass it to other people. To articulate something is to be able to communicate it. The channel you are using is a function of where you are perfect at. It could be writing, it could be in speaking, it could be in action. In demonstrating, that's why we have people who act drama. They articulate ideas or positions or things. You understand? A dumb man can be a president. He cannot speak, but he can articulate it by demonstrating to us what he wants to do. And we have an idea that this guy has an understanding of what he's trying to do. Tinubu is not an orator. It's not, let me not even say it's not an orator. It's not even someone who is good at speaking at the level of elocution that even some of us on this platform exercise. And we are not the best kind of speakers that there are. I've seen here the intelligent people here, but I mean, there are people who cannot speak that much, but Tinubu, I don't think, can speak as much as so many of us here. But it does not mean that Tinubu is not more intelligent than a lot of people. What he has done for himself in life suggests that he is more intelligent than an average Nigerian. He is. Whether in his career as a professional or in his career as a politician or in his career in the way he has managed his home and the way his children has turned out suggests that he has some level of intelligence and smartness, which are lacking in so many homes and in so many lives in Nigeria. So I know that they all have ideas on how to be able to pass across the idea, but we are now comparing them with Peter Obi, who is a bit more, who is more articulate than all of them. But if you bring some orators, bring Fela Duto into that context, you bring people like Utomi, Obi becomes someone who cannot really speak well. If you bring Zaki Father or bring Kulata, I don't want to mention myself, bring fractional mind, Obi will become someone who cannot really speak well. You understand? So it's because among those who cannot really speak well, it looks like he's the one that is speaking so much, does not suggest that he's a very, very intelligent person. He's a smart person. He's capable of comprehending issues and concepts, but it does not make him smart than all of them. So that's my position. But what I will say...
Patrick, sorry. Okay, Patrick, can you hear me? Domosa. So you called my name, that's why I wanted to interject, you know. Where you are taking us to is different from the subject on ground. Like Angelico said, and like I said, I still stand my ground. No matter how you want to analyze it to me right now, so I will buy into that idea. Well, it's my opinion, and you have your opinion. But what happened in Chatham House, we all saw it. And he was sitting upstage. That was him to tell us the office that he's vying for as a public officer. He has to tell us what he has to do. So to convince us, to convince our opinion we have about him. That's why it's called public opinion. He's coming to speak to us, speak to our mind, so we can have a different opinion about him. Whatever opinion we have, we might have a different sway. Like, okay, maybe it's not how we are taking this guy. Maybe it's better. That's why it's called public opinion. You are asking the people to see your views. So asking you a question, you have this most simplest way to answer the question. Yes or no. If you cannot, nobody holds you to it. If you can, fine. But directing the question to somebody else at that point, like in case of security, El-Rufai, I don't remember when he became a Minister of Defense, when they started giving the question to tell us about security in Nigeria, where security is killing his own state. And the lady, when they ask about something of other thing, they call the APC woman leader to make APC woman that in Nigeria is like a market woman to answer the question, a intelligent question, and bring it back.
That woman, I think, is a medical doctor. So
I know, I'm not. They asked
that a question on health.
Hold on, so, look at my statement. I said to Nigeria standard, any party woman leader is like as far as the market leader. I didn't say she's not educated. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but that's a wrong thing. It's not a wrong thing. Every woman leader is not.
I know, but I say classified.
Every Nigerian woman is not. You are on an international platform. Okay. And you are talking like this.
Okay,
you are
like
giving it wrong.
Let's move.
You are giving it wrong.
Let's move.
My wife is a Nigerian woman. She's not a market woman.
I know. Let's move from there. So now, that is that in that chapter, which everybody call that is wrong. It's okay, but does not make it right. I still stand on my word. But Peter Obi, what Peter Obi was doing, what we saw there was just Labour Party doing that stuff. You could see in the upstage, we're all Labour Party officials from maybe the youth leader, coordinators. They were doing that thing. They were all upstage. TINUBU and APC
okay, you're already taking into my time. Let me just put this to you. You see that the context that you are doing something locally or internationally does not make it different. The Nigerian media that is using is an international media now. Thank God to internet. Thank God for internet. You understand? The meeting he had with the Arewa Forum, you won't be surprised that you probably will be surprised that the guy who interviewed him or who was moderating the Chatham House probably had even seen that meeting. You understand? You are in Japan. You saw it. I'm in Canada. I saw it.
So let me.
Let me. You understand what I'm saying? So let me finish. I beg. That environment, it does not necessarily mean it's different. It's a global world. Now the idea is this. You have been asking me a particular question. How do you intend to govern Nigeria? I've said it in a way, severally. Now, I want somebody else to speak it and give a different perspective to it. This man has told us why he wants to become president. In short, he told us that he knows where he's going. He doesn't know where the other wants to go. You understand? He said, I'm going to Aso Rock. I am going to create prosperity. I am going to enhance credit. I am going to create value. I am going to do a national clearing project. We are going to ensure that 2/3 of our arable lands are. He has said it so many ways. In terms of security, he has said he's going to create forest guard. He's going to ensure and employ technology. In terms of oil theft, he has told us his perspective to it. In terms of clean energy, he has told us his perspective to it. Now he's on another platform. It's okay, I've said all these things. Okay, maybe someone else could give another perspective to what we are trying to do. So if I've answered those questions in different platforms, this man has answered those questions. Prejudice will not allow some people to even hear that he said it. Fractional men have just acknowledged to us on this platform that he hates Tinubu. That's a very terrible thing to say about another human being. Fractional men have also told us. He has also shot himself in the leg by saying he has prejudice.
Patrick, this is what you do a lot. You just
no, that's what you said now. You said maybe it's because of the hatred. I don't like him. No. That's why I did it. When you were talking about the real, you saw it. Immediately you mentioned that I just chatted you. You just said what was on your mind. So you probably won't be able to see anything good in what he does.
You see, this is what you do a lot.
That's prejudice. It's not, I'm just bringing out to you. I'm bringing to you the log in your own eyes. Why you are trying to bring out the speck in other people's eyes.
Rational mind. We know you have disdain for Tinubu, so I'm not sure you should.
No, you said it just now.
Everybody knows
on a personal level. Listen, on a personal level, I don't hate Tinubu, but I just.
But why did you say so?
I keep sounding like a broken record here. I mean,
why did you say you hate Tinubu now when you really don't hate him?
When I said hate him, I hate his politics. I can't be telling you.
Okay, you have just confused somebody like me now with that statement.
All right. Thank you, Patrick. I want to move the conversation to the ANAP poll that came out on channels just earlier on today, telling us yet again that Peter Obi was going to win the election. So there it is. All the polls keep telling us that Peter Obi will win the elections. But in this particular poll, let me bring it up. It says the total, so there's a total of it. Peter Obi, it has a 23% lead. The nearest closest person to him is Tinubu with a 13% approval rating. And then Atiku comes in at 10%, and then Kwakwanso comes in at 2%. And then it breaks it down further. In the North Central, so Rational Mind, hopefully you've seen all this, and hopefully everybody has seen all this. But in the North Central, Peter Obi is 24% approval rating, Tinubu 9%, Atiku 8%. So in the Northeast, Peter Obi is 8%, Tinubu 15%, Atiku 23%, and Kwakwanso 2%. Now, in the Northwest, which is central to where Kwakwanso comes from, Peter Obi is 11%, Tinubu is 15%, Atiku is 17%, but Kwakwanso is 6%. So in the Southeast, Tinubu is 50%, 1% to everybody else, and 0% to Kwakwanso. So similarly, in the South-South, in the Southwest, they could not bring themselves to give Tinubu to give Peter Obi the Southwest, so they gave it to Tinubu. But Peter Obi 15%, Tinubu 22%, Atiku 4%, and Kwakwanso 1%. So Obi first, Tinubu second, Atiku third, and Kwakwanso fourth. So what are you making then of this poll then by ANAP? That was discussed at length on Channels Television.
That's Atedo Peter side poll, right?
Atedo Peter side. I
think they are trying to.
Sorry, let Rational Mind kick it off. So Atedo Peter. Before you kick it off, actually, let me give you some of the commentaries that's been coming out in that direction. This one from Reno Omokri. So this one from. You of course dismiss Reno Omokri out of hand, but Reno Omokri dismissing this poll out of hand. So this is what he is saying. He says, It says, Atedo Peter side, a friend of Peter Obi and one of the men who lured him to leave the PDP, is on Channels Television promoting a poll done by a body in which he has interest and is claiming that Obi is the front runner. So it says, did Mr. Peter side see the stadium in Kogi? So the ANAP, by the way, is an organization owned by Atedo Peter side, who then commissioned NOI to carry out this survey. And of course, you know the relationship between Atedo Peter side and Peter Obi. But then, of course, the curiosity, Peter Obi are at least 5% more popular in the Northwest than Kwakwanso. So what are you making of all that, rational mind?
Yeah, woman, thank you so much. All right. Yeah, for me, you see, I want to begin this way. This same ANA poll that people they now criticize as, it's because they feel Atedo Peter side is a friend to Obi. For that reason, they feel it's skewed in favor of him. It's just to promote Obi. Well, then I would like to remind those PDP and the APC people who the same ANA poll also was in favor in 2011 when Jonathan won. The ANA poll, you can go check the histories there, that they projected, what's his name? Jonathan to win the election. Jonathan won the election. And in 2015, we rejected Buhari to win in favor of Jonathan, the incumbent president, and he won. And in 2019, that even people still debate to this very day, the ANA poll shows that Bubu was going to win, and which he did ahead of his own clansman, Atiku. Now, this same ANA poll now is now bringing up all these facts. Well, should I call it fact? Well, let me not say, well, according to them, maybe the embedded fact that some people will say. Now they are also projecting Obi now to, when that poll was made, that Obi was going to win the election. He's going to win that if it's done at that very time when they did it. Then same APC people that never saw any issue with it in 2015 and 2019, and the PDP that never saw anything wrong with it in 2011, and now saying that it's cute. Well, I just believe I just want the APC and the PDP to be ready to be looking at what is going on. Either it's false or true. Well, I think it's feedback to them that to know that something is inherently wrong.
Yeah, but do you want to unbundle the actual poll itself, though? Do you want to unbundle it?
Yeah.
So in the Northwest, where you have one of the biggest spaces like Kano, Kaduna, etc., they are telling us that Peter Obi is 5% more popular than Kwakwanso.
Yeah, that's where I look at the whole thing. When I look at the channels today, or even before channels, I've seen it online. Take a look at it. I think in the Northwest, I think we won in Northwest and Northeast. I think he did. But then I think he still poll ahead of Kwakwanso. We poll ahead of Kwakwanso. So
right.
I think the only way I think
hold on to that space. Does it? Sorry, Ajane Koko, unless you want to interject, then you have to mute yourself because there's a lot of background noise from you. All right. Let's stay with the Northwest, where Kano, Kaduna, all of these sort of spaces are, Katsina, etc. They are telling us that Peter Obi got 11% and Kwakwanso got 6%. Does that rhyme? Does that sound logical?
Northwest, let's see here. Peter Obi had 11%. Kwakwanso had 6%. All right. Yeah. Yes. So yeah, because I have it in front of me here. So anyway, yes. You see, that's what I don't really understand. Who are these people that were...
No, does it make sense first? Does that sound... Is that true? True or false?
Well, we can't say if it's not true or false, woman. I can't say if it's true or false. But
we're talking about Jigawa, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Kebbi, Sokoto, and Zamfara.
Yeah, because this question was asked...
Peter Obi has a 5% margin on Kwakwanso in Kano.
I remember, what's his name? Shino Kubaloya asking this man, Peter during the interview.
Yes.
I mean, what could account for that? Why could it? Well, he said there are so many variables, so many factors that could account for that. When they polled it, people that because he said another thing he says if you look at the margin of error, I mean, is it the what's it called, the undecided voters in the Northwest? There were 32% there. So the people who refused were 19%, which seems to be the highest. Okay, sorry, I think Northeast is the highest when it comes to people who are undecided voters. So, but look at that margin too. So that margin, if you factor it in, who have not yet decided, maybe that could also account for, that could boost Kokwanso or any other candidate up. But when they polled it, that is what they came up with. So the question now is, who are these people they polled?
You can't make assumptions on what the undecideds are, because the undecideds, they will not deviate. They are not aliens now. They are people of that locality as well.
Yeah.
So they will not deviate that sharply from what they already have collated as data.
Yeah, but then
they are telling us that Peter Obi is 11% and Kwakwanso is 6% in Kano.
Okay, 11%. I mean, I think the tabulation is for all the region. I'm all the state that make.
That's for that's for the Northwest region. I'm just using Kano for emphasis.
So we can't say exactly in Kano, because one of the polls they did in the past, Kwakwanso was leading in Kano. That's what I mean. Previously, I think somebody was some other person from other polling was also interviewed, and they said it that. One I saw
if we look at the composing states of the Northwest, which is again Jigawa, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Kebbi, Sokoto, and Zamfara. If you look at those states, Jigawa, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Kebbi, Sokoto, and Zamfara, does anything suggest that Peter Obi would have a 5% advance? It's nearly double, because it's 11% and Kwakwanso is 6%. Is there anything that suggests to you, from what you know of Nigerians and the political space, is there anything that suggests that Peter Obi will be twice as popular in those spaces? Jigawa, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Kebbi, Sokoto, and Zamfara.
There's nothing to suggest that. Woman, if you ask me that question, to be frank with you, there's nothing to suggest that. But what I'm thinking here is that, I think that question was thrown. I don't remember how Akedo Peter side answered that question, but if I recall very well, he was talking about what APC did. I think the APC were the people that really decimated Kwakwanso's, because that 11%, it seems like, I think what's his name? Peter Obi already has, mind you, there are a lot of Igbos, non-Igbos, who are from the South and Southeast in that region you talk about. That is the Northwest. So possibly those people who voted, who just responded in this poll, must have been from that area, and these are maybe a few people from the Middle Belt too, who are in that area, who also boosted Peter Obi's candidacy there. They polled for him higher than. So I think, according to Peter Safaron, I had, he said, if you look at what APC did and PDP did there in Northwest, it seems to have taken out of Kwakwanso's numbers there. So possibly that's what's happened. That's why Rabi Kwakwanso dropped to 6%. Because if not, Kwakwanso should be having higher than at Peter Obi. But that 11% for that Peter Obi, I'm sure these are people from the South, especially people from Southeast, South, because there are a lot of them there, especially in Kano, Kaduna area. There are a lot of them are there who are doing business. And if you go to Sokoto too, a lot of Igbos are there, and people from, say, from the Middle Belt too, say like Taraba and the rest of them, they also live there. So I would believe that these are the people who really boosted Peter Obi's candidacy there, giving him that 11%. But that Kwakwanso, it doesn't make sense to see that why would Kwakwanso be at 6%? In considering
even given all of these things that you have said, the reading now of it, just with one digit differential, is to say that Peter Obi is twice as popular as Kwakwanso in the Northwest.
I would say so. That's what I'm saying.
11% to 6%. That's what.
That's what I'm saying. I would say that Peter Obi is popular than. I don't expect him to be popular than what's his name? Peter Obi.
Kwakwanso, yeah.
Peter Obi is popular than Kwakwanso. Yeah, I want to assume that because going by what we know about Kwakwanso. But what I'm trying to say is that 11%, no doubt, are the people from the south, southeast, and middle belt who are more in that region. These are people that voted. People mostly, maybe the Christians among them there, and maybe few Muslims who, well, maybe are the people that polled that number for what's his name, for Peter Obi. But what, according to Peter's side, from what I remember, what he said we should consider what APC and PDP did there. So APC and PDP, no doubt, must have taken away from Kwakwanso's numbers. I could have made him more. I mind you again, if you factor in those.
No, I think that's a misreading because APC and PDP, they are traditionally they're the traditional spaces that those spaces know. You understand? So with Kwakwanso now an entity, Kwakwanso should have taken from both the APC and the PDP and Peter Obi.
Yeah, but that is what
that heightens it more than 6%.
Well,
in fact, if it comes third to APC, and there's no reason why Kwakwanso should come
it's
third.
It's like any logic in the head. Well, from what we know that Kwakwanso is more known, and I mean it should. But then I don't know how. I don't have all the facts. I don't know, but I'm going by what I'm seeing and what I've heard from Atedo Peter's side, and what I'm from my own analysis here. What I'm seeing, because we factor in that 32% undecided voters too. That's another number to factor in there to like, oh, this number is still high. I mean, 32% undecided. So could it be that this 32% we could still find people who are for Kwakwanso?
No. You know why I'm always hesitant when they say you have to factor the undecided. If 32% are undecided, which is to tell you that 65% have made decisions, there's the probability is that those 32 undecided, if they do decide, they will decide to some consistency of what we already know of the 65%. So there will be no large variance. Those 32%, they will not suddenly say they are TINUBU lovers or Atiku lovers. No, they'll be consistent with what is already documented. So it's not going to go any. It's just, those undecided, they have no meaning.
Well, besides what you just said now, I don't know how to put it anymore. But I mean, it stands to me. It mean.
No, that tells you it's a commissioned obedient poll. Is what we're looking at.
I won't say that one now because this is the same people and a poll that has been polling for PDP and the rest of them in the past, and then nobody criticized them back then. Oh, your polling is skewed. Is this because you are Bubu's friend or you are Jonathan's friend? Nobody said that. I mean, why now? Well, you see, however it is, whatever it be, at any rate, whatever be the case, one man. I think I think APC and PDP should not take this. Well, just like pinch of salt, like, oh, this is nothing. We just brush it as like, look, I mean, Obi is a real threat. Either they realize it or not, it's a real threat. What I'm saying. Even let's assume that maybe it's fake, but they should do their work more and more, and maybe get themselves real up there so that they could really, if these polls are to go by, because we've seen that this other poll has been right from the beginning. I mean, from other elections, and it came to pass. So why now? Why they not suddenly like trying to say, oh, it's because of peace, it's friend of the Anab man? But then I think they should work better and ask themselves, are we really popular like we show to the public or we show to the world during our rallies? Is that what? Like I said to you, the one I think I sent you that video. They are going on the grassroots. That's what I heard. They've been doing a lot of grassroots mobilization and sensitization towards Labour Party. But how true is this? I don't know. Maybe that is what we're seeing here in this poll. But time will tell. But they should not take this with a pinch of salt. They should. APC and PDP should be on guard. I mean, should watch out. That's all I can say.
Oh, all right. Let me take the northeast let me take it to Fatai. So Fatai, are you there? All right. Let me take the. All right, Brian. I'm not sure if you have a copy of the poll on your screens, but I have it on my screens. And what this poll commissioned by Peter's side, one of the obedient functionaries, which tells us that Obi wins the election. Let's go to the northeast. So before we go to the northeast, let's just account the states that make up the northeast. So the northeast is made up of Adamawa, Bauchi, Borno, Gombe, Taraba, and Yobe. So those are the states in question: Adamawa, Bauchi, Borno, Gombe, Taraba, and Yobe. So now in those spaces, this is what Atado Peter side is telling us that their political leaning is. So in the Northeast, Peter Obi scored 8%, Tinubu scored 15%, Atiku scored 23%, but Kwakwanso scored 4%. And no, scored 2%. If it were 4%, it would have even been so Tinubu 8%. No, sorry, let me do it all over again. Peter Obi 8%, Tinubu 15%, Atiku 23%, and Kwakwanso 2%. So what does that read to you? How are you reading that, Fatai?
Brother, I would like you to do me a favor to please put in Google search that ANAP/NOI poll September 2022 to display the September and the December so that the explanation can be clear. Brother, I don't know if I ever said it before.
No, what did you say to do? Put what in?
In Google.
Yes.
ANAP/NOI, NOI, ANAP/NOI poll. September 2022 poll. ANAP NOI September 22 poll. There is the one in blue.
Right. So, you mean the image?
Yeah, the table, the periodic
okay.
table.
Hold on. Let me see. Further. Okay. So, okay. Is it the one that's showing Arise News?
Yeah, they all show it. It was all over the newspaper.
All right. Let me. Okay, I've got it. Do you want me to put it on the screen?
Yeah.
All right. Hold on. If it's this one, then tell me it's this one. Is it this one?
Yeah, it is this one.
All right, brilliant. So talk us through it.
Okay, so brother, first of all, the subjective part of polls is not really important. Like to me personally, in matter of statistics, I don't really care so much about whether Peter Obi wins North or wins Lagos. It's not the point. Let us look at the poll. This is what I always say. Whoever is supporting Peter Obi is a nice person. Don't shove it down our throat. This is a national disgrace. They are doing a poll. Brother, if you look at North South, Northeast, and North Central, if you add the percentages together, Northeast is 106. There is no percentage that goes beyond 100. It must be 100. North Central is 94. If you had the percentages, so they don't add up. That's like first obvious situation. If you add up Peter Obi's percentages, the 6 regions, if you add them all up, Peter Obi is 154%. So you cannot have 154%. This, if you total the 6 regions, is 154% for Peter Obi. It is the same 154 in December. In other words, there is a preset total. They just messing around with 4% here, 5% here. Tinubu, same thing also. September and December, the total is 70. Peter Obi, I'm doing the calculations until you call me now. I haven't finished, but I've got to that part. So the same thing, if you total it all up, is the same figure for September and December. Why are you messing around with our brains and changing the inside when the total is the same? That's the first obvious one. Another one is if you take that total 154 for Peter Obi, if you had it all up, Peter Obi percentages, by the 6 regions, this is 6 regions. So which means in statistics, this is what they call N, sample size. So not that like the total, when you cut it all up in 6 places. So the 6 places, so in other words, the total 154 divided by 6 is 25%, 25.66%. It's not 21% for September and whatever it is in the new one. For Tinubu, it's 70, both for September and for this one. And if you divide it by 6, it comes up to 11.16. So in September, instead of 11, they put him 13, and today they put him they put 13. They put 13 both of them, September and now they put 13. If you look at Atiku, they put 10 for now. The past they put it 11. The September they put it also 13. And so they now put joint second, Tinubu and Atiku. First of all, it is not a poll if you are doing ranking. You don't rank in polls. Have you ever seen a poll in the US? I'm not even saying US, anywhere in the world that looks like this is like a periodic table. When you do a poll, you will say this percent, this Tinubu, this percent, that one. It's not your business. You are not doing statistics. When you start to conjecture what is first, what is second, and it shows the obvious problem there. When you put them joint second, it means you are telling us that there is no margin of error. There is no margin of error. And if there is no margin of error, it means that you talk to everybody in the population. You are counting every single element in the population. If you're not counting every element of the population and you are doing representation that this sample represents this place, you have to have margin of error. So if the margin of error is plus, let's say it's actually on China's television, the last one, the guy said they always do plus or minus five margin of error. And then he said, which means 95%. First of all, the guy doesn't even know statistics. The margin of error plus or minus 5 does not mean you are 95% sure. Confidence level in statistics is different from margin of error. And the one is not, they are totally different concepts. But my point is this. So if it's Tinubu is 13 and Atiku is 13, and you have a margin of error plus or minus 5, it means the figure falls between 8 and 8, 13 minus 5. Yeah, 8 and 18. So it can be both Tinubu and Atiku can fall anywhere within that range. So if you are doing statistics, you cannot rank somebody is 7. So if they both fall within that range, it means it could actually be 10, 11, 19, and Tinubu could also be 15, 12. So you can't rank them. So the fact that you are ranking them, it means you are biased and you are not doing statistics.
People are slamming you in the comment section. They are saying you are summing it up in the wrong way.
What wrong way? I'm not even talking. I'm not even summing what up. What did I sum up? Sum it up. Sum it up.
All right, just carry on. Whoever disagrees with him should come online rather than come on screen.
If you sum it all up, northeast of the September sum it all up, it adds up to 106. There is no percentage that is more than 100. Percentage is 100. When you add North Central, it is 94. The other ones are 100, but these two, so that's where you see the fault. This one is this poll they did in September is a cleanup operation for the one they did in September, which is obvious. It's like, so then there is another row where they put none. Now, when you sample people, if there is none, or no, they put refused. When people refuse, you don't count them as part of the sample. Refuse means they are out. Refuse, why will you count people who refuse to talk? They refuse to give one way or the other, so you can't count them as, oh, these people refused. It's like if I refuse to eat and you count me as part of people who eat. I didn't eat. You don't count me. If you are counting people,
what you are saying is that because correct me if I'm wrong. You know I'm a dunce. So let's say for instance you canvass 100 people and 10 of them, let's say 20 of them refused to do the polls. So rather than add them to the total of 100, you can just narrow the polls to the 80 that did respond, and that will be the base of your statistics.
Yeah, no, not you should. You should. You are disingenuous to add people who didn't participate. Refuse means they didn't participate. Where are you adding people who didn't participate? They did not participate. They are not part of your sample. Your sample is when somebody say, I don't know. It's different from the refused. That one is undecided. Undecided, yes, they don't know. They don't know is from, I'm not participating. Why will you count me to be part of something I didn't participate in? You can't rope me in. When you go to do polling, of course, that is what happened. You talk to 150 people. Some people say, no, I don't want to participate. Why would you then include them? They say they don't. It's like you do YouTube and you want to talk to somebody. And you say, no, I don't want to speak. Don't put me in the video. And then you are putting, but that's even violating their privacy. Then if they tell you they don't want to be part of your video and then you put them in your video, you understand? When they refuse, they refuse, they are out. You count only the people who responded. That's even the point. The point is, the point of a statistics is to evaluate based on what you have. Even if your expectation is to talk to 100 people and then you found 20 people they refuse, and you found 80, you will do your mathematics on the 80. Then you will make the 80 representative of the population. That's even exactly what you're doing anyway. That is what polls mean, to do a representation from the number that you have, not to put everybody in the planet that refuse to talk to you and then you put it in the poll. They have no look. I said 100%. If I had a way, I would call into that channel television. I would tell them to stop disgracing Nigeria. We are 200 million people. It cannot be that not one person understands statistics. It's a disgrace to our country that the fact, and then they want Tinubu to come and talk to them. How will he talk to you? You don't even understand anything about statistics. How can he trust you to be objective? If this you are pushing this, look, me personally, Peter Obi is a very, very nice person. I love Peter Obi. I like that.
You don't have to keep justifying that you like him
No,
now.
I don't like to feel like I don't like to feel like I am attacking Peter Obi. I'm not attacking Peter Obi. It's politics. Everybody plays whatever game they have to play to win. But my problem is people who just try to.
Fatai, are you not playing double standard?
What double standard, Baba?
On one side, you are saying you like Peter Obi. On the other side, you are saying that Odle Ojukoroju Nipe he invested the state fund in his personal in the Fidelity Bank where he had majority, where he's a majority shareholder. So how can you like thief? Why must you like a thief? What do you like in a thief?
Sir, they said that we are trying to choose the best of the worst. When you're trying to choose between politicians,
you are trying to choose one of the lesser thief. Is that what you are saying?
Lesser, thank you. The lesser evil is what we choose when we choose politicians. We don't have a choice. These are the people in the field.
Who told you that lesser thief today cannot be a bigger thief tomorrow?
I am not God. I cannot know. But
wọ́n ní bí Saturday ṣe máa rí àti Sunday àti Friday láti mọ̀ èèyàn tó jalè kékeré sí tó bá di ọ̀la olè ńlá ló máa jà.
I want to leave that to the entire Nigerians, 200 million people, to decide this. But for me personally, no, I am. It's not even just a justification. I do truly believe that Obi will have had a better campaign if the obedient just let this guy run his game. This guy is a brilliant person. I don't know whatever money he had, maybe he inherited money or maybe he didn't. I don't know. He built millions out of maybe little or whatever, even if it's the same. I mean, he has to be smart at least a little bit. Just let him run his campaign, but you're just shoving him into everybody, down everybody's throat. It's irritating. It's irritating. This is not a poll. This is not a poll. This is just an extrapolation on a preset propaganda. And then you call it a poll. It's not a poll because a chicken and a lion, both of them works on the surface of the planet, does not make you call a chicken a poll. You cannot call this a poll. It's mathematically incoherent. If they don't add up, the percentages don't add up to a percentage. The margin of error cannot be understood when you have joint second. That shows that you are trying to put propaganda on people. You don't rank polls. You put it out there. 46. This one is 46. That one is 46. The margin of error is plus or minus 3. Okay, I will decide by myself whether they are joint second because they could range between the lowest of the margin of error to the mean. Actually, what you do with poll is you are calculating average mean. The mean could fall between that range of the margin of error.
Are you a statistician, Fatai? Do you mind me asking? Because I noticed that anytime we talk about this sort of things, you always drill down into the figures. Are you a statistician?
I did an MBA. I did statistics. I did financial management. I did accounting. Accounting at a separate, accounting is a very broad field, managerial accounting, financial management,
Okay, so you are equipped to speak.
So I know, I know exactly
okay.
what I'm talking. I'm just showing my opinion. Me, I like to cut the fluff. I don't look things that are here and there. It doesn't really matter to me. It's anybody's opinions here and there. But there are some things that are clear cut, theoretically sound stuff. For me, I find that very enriching. I don't find it enriching whether he speaks there, he doesn't speak, he should speak like this, he shouldn't speak like that. Just okay, it's anybody's opinion. It's neither here nor there. But these ones are very clear. This is not a poll. This is a fraud on the Nigerian public. This is a fraud.
All right, brilliant. But we'll stick with the poll still, or now the fraud. But let me take it in the direction of, let me take it to Thomas next. But Fatai, have a look in the private chat. I left a message for you. I'm about to leave a message for you. I've not yet left it, but let me take the conversation to Thomas first as I compose that. So Thomas, with every single one of these polls that we have gone through so far, they have always told us one thing and one thing only, and that is to say that Peter Obi is going to win the elections, and is by varying degrees in often instances, but by this particular measure. And by the way, we're about just 2 months left to the election. So people are concretizing their thoughts and forming their final opinions. So this sort of poll that is this close to the elections, it is a good real barometer to gauge what will happen on the 25th of February. But what this poll is telling us is that Peter Obi, he has a 23% approval rating, and the closest to him, Bola Tinubu, he has 13%, Atiku 10%, and then Kwakwanso 2%. So by nearly double Peter Obi's approval rating. So that tells you then Peter Obi to win that election by a landslide. But does that rhyme with your understanding, Thomas?
Oh, thank you, one man. If you could remember the last time we talked about poll, I said I don't even want to discuss any poll anymore on this platform. It's just crazy, all these concurring of numbers. I'm getting hungry every time I hear about all this nonsense poll that don't even rhyme.
Sorry, Thomas, there's a lot of background where you are.
Oh yes, sorry, I'm somewhere. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can, but carry on.
Yeah. So sometimes I found it very difficult to analyze all these stupid polls. Somebody is telling me from the north, Peter Obi is much known, more than Kwakwanso. Is that sound with logic or reasoning? Mama, let's just give Peter Obi the social media poll. He's the president on social media, as you already tell us all the time. And you could say who conduct this poll is Peter side. Peter Obi's right hand man. It's just crazy all the time. And as any poll on this planet Earth win the election, I don't think so. As any poll on this planet Earth win election, I could remember Clinton and Trump. Hillary Clinton got the popular vote, but who won the election? Trump won the election landslide. So let us give it to Peter Obi. He's the president on social media. I don't want to discuss more about this. Mama, you can go to any other person. Thank you so much.
All right. Alexander Akasha is just asking, are you auditioning your glasses? You've gone from the Shacommended to the Alamposa. What's going on here, Thomas?
I just drove for my car. It's very sunny here in Melbourne, so I have my sunglasses.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Where are you now? Are you at work now, or are you in a shop? Or
no, I'm in the shopping mall.
Okay. So that's the background noise.
Yes.
But we can't see any shops around you.
There are shops. Do you want me to turn my video? There are shops.
All right. Okay, you're in a quiet corner. All right, brilliant. All right. Stay with us. So let's go on from Thomas then. Let's go on from Thomas and go to let's go to we don't have Saki Fada anymore. That's just hopefully we still have the progressive. Akim, are you still there? All right, let's go to Solly then, who joins us anew. So Solly, are you there?
Yes.
All right, brilliant. So we were going through this. We're going through this new set of pollings that have just come through to tell us yet again that Peter Obi is going to be the president. But as ever, when you start to unbundle the pollings, then it starts to somewhat fall apart a little bit. The first warning, the first red signal, somewhat, the first note of caution is that the polling was commissioned by an organization called ANAP Foundation. And that ANAP Foundation is owned by a guy called Peter Side, who is one of Peter Obi's strongest backers and allies and political mentors. So Peter Obi's political mentor is effectively commissioned this polling, but the polling they are saying was done by a reputable organization. But then what we're gleaning from it, it makes for interesting reading. So what we're gleaning from it makes for interesting reading. So they're telling us now that in the North Central, Peter Obi wins by a clear margin of 24%. Tinubu
Nice one.
gets, hold on. Tinubu gets 9%. Atiku gets 8%, and Kwakwanso gets 2%. So that is in the North Central. But what's the composition of the North Central? The North Central is Benue, Kogi, Kwara, Nasarawa, Niger, and Plateau. So at least we saw his crowd in Kogi State just a couple of days ago, and that does not give us any indication that is over 9 plus 9 is 18 plus 9. Is nearly 3 times his nearest person in North Central. So what are you making of this polling? Peter Obi, 24% approval rating in North Central.
If I may ask, how did they gather this? How was the voting made on this?
I think they said they did it over the phone. I think it was a phone polling.
So I don't understand. Everybody got their phone and voted on the polling.
No, the people will be called. Do you know how a polling works?
Yeah, it can be done different ways. You can do it on Twitter. You can even do one now on YouTube comments.
Yes, I know, but I think in this instance, they probably just phone people and ask them a series of questions. But I don't know. I'm just guessing at that.
So they are creating their own validation. Man, disobedience, they know how to waste time. There's no difference between, somebody starting an Instagram account and buying 100,000 followers and saying, that must mean I am popular. They are validating themselves because the reality is not there. If the reality is there, they are not the ones that will be making up these things. And they know that their supporters are not smart enough to be able to dissect all these things. And even if their supporters are smart enough to dissect all these things, that belief that they have, belief in the face of everything, I think is an ego thing because they just don't want to seem wrong, or they chose the wrong person, or their candidate is not going to win. It's that ego thing. So they start to make up things that, makes them seem very illogical. But as long as crowd is accepting it and everybody is saying go for it, it's correct, is a crowd mentality, unfortunately. So it's just ridiculous. I can't wait for this election to be over, because I want to see, I already know what they are going to say before the election, a lot of delusional nonsense because they've never actually been through an election. Sometimes when they talk, I know that they've never even attended local government chairmanship election before, so it's just very unserious to me. I don't take all these things serious anymore. Anytime I hear Peter Obi again, I don't take it serious anymore. It's just a waste of my time to me. It enters one year and goes the other way. Nothing concrete. They've never been to an election, but they think that belief will win them the election. Instead of them to accept defeat in some areas, strategize and know how they can win in that area, they will rather cover it up with fake validation. So, and I don't understand the point of validating those who already support you? Why are you trying to gain more support from those who already support you? This already shows a flaw in their strategy. Or are they scared that those who are supporting them would stop supporting them if they don't continue to
You
take
know
part
that,
in the help?
there's a real danger to it, though. Sorry, because if they are doing all these polls to lead this sort of belief system, if then the election comes in and the reality is then expressed at that election, it'll be impossible to tell people who have heard from about 3-4 polls that Peter Obi wins, not only wins, but wins by a comfortable margin. It will be impossible to then tell them that no, Peter Obi actually lost quite woefully. When the polls tell you that he'll win by 23% to the nearest rival, which is 13%, and then you tell them that he lost, they won't be able to digest that, would they?
I think his lack of exposure, or just the first stage is of grief. I think is denial. So they are in their stage of denial. They don't. You live in Nigeria. Why do you keep talking like you are in America? Who cares about the reputation of the polling? You live in Nigeria. You wake up every day. You see people doing corrupt things every day. Not even in election, just normal everyday life. And you expect the election to be free and fair with polling from who are accredited some nonsense somewhere. Wake up to reality. You have to be realistic. But this is the flaw. This is the chink in their armor. Nobody needs to defeat the obedience. The obedience will be the one to defeat themselves. And yes, what you said is true. After they lose the election, because I already know they are going to lose the election, my fear is what is going to come after, because it's most likely going to go to violence. They are going to try and scatter here, scatter there, say this one, oh, this is the beginning. They're saying, oh, they are leaving the country, they are going to run away, this one and that one. Meanwhile, all of them are running to Lagos, because that's most likely the only place they can do their things without any form of, harsh. But anyways, so it's just hypocrisy mixed with delusion, unfortunately. But don't worry, about to clamp them down. You clamp them, all this nonsense, all this rubbish that you clamp them down, all these things that I don't even know why Buhari used to allow it. I think Buhari just allows it so that they can destroy, themselves. But all this nonsense will stop after 2020. All this time wasting is because they don't have anything to do, and bad to give you something to do. That's the thing. And when I say clamp you down, I don't mean he's going to treat you like how Buhari treated you. He's going to look for something to give people to do, because that's what he does. He doesn't fight with people.
That wasn't what it sounded like when you said it, though. I think you thought about it again.
That's why I had to clarify.
I think you thought about it again and you decided that I think I went too far.
No, normally if I'm talking, somebody that is not aggressive about the other party's opinion would look at it in a very non-aggressive manner and try to assimilate it. But I have to make myself clear, because I've been attacked many times for things that they thought I meant. Meanwhile, I didn't say it, and I've been accused many times for things I did not say. So I have to clarify it. But you see, clamp them down. Hey, they've started though. Hey.
Even your party man. Yeah, I thought you and Joel. I thought you were buddies now, huh?
Yes, but our political views are different. We like to argue on that.
All right. All right. Thank you, Solly. So let me go to Saki then. Saki. So Saki, you wanted to come in.
I just came back. Yeah, I just came back. I was like, I don't know whether you have called on me.
Twice.
Oh, sorry. I went somewhere. I attended to emergency. I just came back.
Oh, all right. Sorry. I hope everything is good.
Yes.
All right. We were talking about this ANAP Foundation poll, which was commissioned by Atedo Peterside, one of Peter Obi's pals and political mentor. And this poll now telling us that Peter Obi wins by a landslide yet again. But then as we start to unbundle it, it doesn't quite cohere with reason. They're telling us that Peter Obi gets 11% approval rating in the Northwest, but somebody like Kwakwanso got 6%. So we had to quickly then remind ourselves, we had to re-educate ourselves what the composition of the Northwest is. Jigawa, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Kebbi, Sokoto, and Zamfara. So they are telling us that within those spaces, Peter Obi has twice the popularity approval than Kwakwanso. So we then led us to querying the veracity of this so-called poll commissioned by Peter Obi's pal.
Well, like I said, I always say I will always be consistent in my stand. You know, my stand is that whenever poll comes out, I don't need to criticize the poll on the basis of what I feel the result should be. I would rather criticize the poll on the basis of the procedures and the statistical method of inferences that were used. You know, does the poll does the process they use, does it cohere with a statistical method of inferences? You know, those are the questions I need to ask. You know, I think one of the things I noticed in that poll when Peter Side was talking about what they did, they said they initially conducted the poll using a sample of 1,000, I think, and in order to check again, they now increase the sample. They now choose another random sample of 2,000, and further again, they choose another random sample of 3,000. So they now said every attempt they made to choose different sample sizes, you know, was giving the same outcome. You know, so the right questions we should ask is not normally if we use normal human reasons, you know, we might expect someone like Kwankwaso to win Northwest. That is our expectations. We might expect someone like Kwankwaso to get more votes than Peter Obi in Northeast, you know, normal human reasoning, you know. But let's be scientific, you know, and attack the poll on the basis of scientific reasons. What are the techniques they use? What did they do? You know, what was the sample a randomized sample, or was it a systemic procedure? You know, so those are the questions we should ask. That is the way to talk about poll. And again, there is something also.
No, I'm not sure. No. You are talking about the modalities of how they carried out the poll. But the poll really, it presents what it purports to be some statistical data. So
Yeah.
if it's either random, unless if you are saying that is it a targeted poll, it is unlikely to be targeted. It is more likely to be randomized. Because
it's randomized,
of course it will have to be randomized because you cannot target a demography to present a polling for an election. So it'll be randomized. So we know that. But what we also know is that he has presented a set of statistical gatherings that he claims to have gathered. But those statistical data that it has presented, we have to also set it against the backdrop of what we know about the geographical space
No.
all of the patterns that we already know.
No. That is what I've always told you.
Yes.
This election, remember that this election activated a generation of people who are not even who have not in their life taken part in the political process. So those kind of generation for which this election cycle activated, they might defy logic. They might defy.
No, they would not. They would not. No, they would not.
No.
They are still products of that environment. But carry on. Carry on.
Let me finish.
All right, go on.
You know, this is the first time, I would say, to some extent, this is the first time, you know, our election cycle is characterized by a lot of factors. You know, then this is the first time we are seeing a kind of visible organic movements, from organic behavior, sort of, from certain demography. I don't know how to explain this. So it might be very wrong to like make an analysis in this election on the basis of the traditional pattern we know. I've always said it on this very platform. But what I want you to ask yourself, one man, is that the last poll that came out last week, remember that you were arguing that there was no way Peter Obi will win Kwankwaso in Northeast. That poll gave Peter Obi 15%, right, in the Northeast. We argued it here. Remember that very poll that came out. So what I want you to check is to check this annual poll, compare what you are seeing in annual poll in the Northeast, compare that very pattern with what you saw in a different poll in Northeast last week.
Saki
And
Father.
see, yeah.
So are you trying to say that these polls can be legitimate and bring forth real results?
That is not what that is not what I'm saying here. There's someone
Because I think it's a very unfair poll. It's a poll based on if people had free and fair election. This election, if we could make this poll be influenced by the realities of Nigerian elections, like bribery, we can't bribe people in those polls.
Yeah.
We can't give them money. We can't give them food.
Yeah.
We can't do the things that normally would happen in an election. So that's why I don't agree with this poll.
But this
polls lack the original criteria of a Nigerian election. It lacks
let
the
me-
Nigerian
okay,
electoral
okay.
environment.
Yeah, in 2011 election, the Nigerian election was also characterized by bribery and corruption, right? In 2011. Yet this poll was accurate in 2011. In 2015, the same pattern happened. Yet this poll was accurate, right?
Yes, but you are the same person that said that. You are the same person that said that in this new time there are new people getting voters card. They were using old patterns, right? And we have new what do I call them? New events, new participants. So obviously this poll should not matter based on what you said also. Because that poll was based on past antecedents.
No. You are saying that our election is marred by corruption and bribery, right?
Yes.
And because of that this poll doesn't work. Because
Yes.
this poll was conducted assuming there was free and fair election.
Yes.
I now refer to you that this poll is not the first time they are conducting this kind of poll. This same ANAP something, they have been conducting polls even in 2011. And the variables we are talking about, corruption and bribery, didn't change. It was there in Nigeria.
You have a point there. Point there. Okay,
Sorry,
what
Father, can I intervene?
what about the new participants that are added in this situation, like you just said? Do you still think that this poll is still carries the same weight and same value?
Yeah, of course.
With that.
Of course. Of course, the new participant that came in even made it very better to predict, because those new participants will not like, if that bribery is going to play a role. Suppose it was playing on 50% role in the past. Now bribery and corruption, because of this new electorate, might reduce in the influence and the impact they might make in this election. You understand what I mean? And however, I think this poll was not even conducted by Anna. I think it was conducted by NOI.
Zaki, Father, can I ask you a question?
Yes, ask me a question.
Okay, so you believe that the coming election will be characterized by vote buying and all the rest of it that used to happen in the past, right?
I don't know what is going to happen in the upcoming election. What I am criticizing is the process through which
No, hold on.
arrive at the answer.
The process is, forget about the process.
Yeah.
Are you telling us that the coming election will not be characterized by vote buying and all those shenanigans that we had in the past, and thereby we're going to have emergence of a president that on the basis of free and fair election? Is that what you're saying?
No. Of course.
So we still go to. So we still. Are you saying that we are not going to this past? All those things that characterize our past with regards to vote buying. We are not going to buy. We are not going to have it this time around.
I'm not saying that they are.
So we're still gonna have it, right?
Let me finish now. I'm not saying that there is not gonna be vote buying this time, but the right question to ask is: was there vote buying in the past? Yes.
Yes, there was vote buying.
No, wait now. In the presence of those vote buying in the past, as Anna Foundation, have they predicted correctly in the past 3 elections? Even in the presence of those past vote buying, have they predicted correctly? Yes, they have.
Okay, so now.
Sorry. Rational mind. There was heavy humming coming from your computer. That was why I muted you, not to stop you from getting into that. There was some very heavy. Oh, there it is. Can you hear it
again? Oh, yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, there it is. So yeah, carry on.
Are you saying that vote buying cannot change the outcome of the election, even with this poll that we had, if it is actually factual, this poll? Are you saying that vote buying, poverty in the land, and all the rest that we had in the past that characterized our election, are you saying that it cannot defeat this poll this time? When you obedient are saying, they take shishi and go pay shishi.
Yes.
So you are saying vote buying cannot defeat. We know they pay shishi and we know they take shishi.
I don't really know what you want me to answer. Well, until it is tested on ground. That is why my that is
because
why
look at why I'm asking this question, because yes, you are basing your point, you are basing your argument on, okay, we are having new participants, new registered voters that are going to change the outcome of the election. That is what you are basing all your argument upon.
That is not the basis.
And that is what you are even saying that is responsible for the outcome of this poll.
No. You just misquoted me.
Oh. Sorry, Babaja. Sorry. Can I just ask you? Babaja Lekoko.
Yeah.
Saki Father is right. The poll needs to be interpreted. The poll has its own life. It doesn't mean the poll is going to be the result of the election. A poll is just an estimation, a projection. Like I sit here today, I sit here now. I want to make an estimate of what I think is happening in the next town, or in the next year, or in the next population. It doesn't mean it will be exactly like that. But I want to believe that my estimation, because I'm using the right factors, is going to be close to what is going to happen. So it's an estimation. It doesn't have to be true or not true, or that's not the basis upon which it's just to inform either the public or the person running the election, like Peter Obi, for instance, where it needs to, like, where you think you didn't do well, you can target your campaign there. You can it serves so many factors So they have a life of their own. But Saki Father is right. The poll needs to be assessed based on the parameter. And all I'm saying simply is, even without even getting to too much technicality and advanced stuff, basic thing, a percentage equals 100. When you add up the cut downs of each person's number, Peter Obi's number, they add up to 154. There is no such percentage as 154. And when you divide, when you cannot, like Peter Obi is 23% in the total. Well, there is nowhere in that calculation that you can come up with 23, because it's a 154 total divided by 6, which is in statistics it's n, the label is n divided by n, because that is what you use to divide through. So you divide by n, the total divided by n, you don't get 23, you get 25. So the numbers there, the statistics is fraud. This poll, this, and then they have this place they call refused. Well, if people refuse to participate in your polling, in your survey, they refuse to participate in your survey, you don't include them in the end in your polling. You include people who are undecided. What that's
all right. I don't want us to revisit that space, but where Saki Father was saying that the unknown quantities who are the new entrants into the political space, that they will bring a new sort of dynamism to the space that we cannot use antecedents to capture. So that was what Saki Father was suggesting. And I was wanting to disagree with that this new entrant into the political space, into the political thinking, they are not aliens. They are products of still that environment, and they are thinking, however advanced and off now and new generation you want to describe them as, they're still a product of that environment, colored by that environment. So I'm not sure that we're going to see any sharp or marked deviation from the norm.
Yeah, however, I'm always very happy, like I always say, when I come on this platform and everybody is saying this cannot happen, this is not going to be possible, it's not possible. I will always be very happy, and I will even encourage people to pray that people continue saying it's not gonna be happy, it's not gonna happen, it's not possible. I want people to continue, seeing the P2Bs or Labour Party path to victory impossible. I want people to continue like underestimating him, So it's to our advantage, I want people to keep like pushing it in that direction. Because when you give your opponent the basis to think that you are actually, there is every possibility that you might have a pathway to the victory, your opponent will strategize to actually counter that very strength, So I want people to continue seeing him as coming distant fourth self, I'll be very happy.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you said it's good that they are underestimating him.
Yes.
Because the opponent will not see his strong arm. The opponent, let's just say we are all referring to the same person, Tinubu. Do you think
the opponents?
Okay. Let's use one example of the opponent, which is Tinubu. Do you think Tinubu will see him as a weak candidate and let him go, or do you think Tinubu is kind of person to crush everybody, both weak and strong?
I don't know how Tinubu is going to react, But what I know is that initially when P2B came on board, Tinubu never even mentioned his name. The APC, what do we call it? The APC people, they never put P2B whenever they are discussing issues on television. They don't call P2B. But right now, Tinubu, for the first time, has once acknowledged that, there are P2B is also in this game,
No. Tinubu have mentioned, you remember when he went for campaign in Osun. He said those in labor will labor for
No,
loss.
that was initially, like I said, that was
And
initially.
so he has been mentioned. He has been talking about Labour Party, talking about what do you call it, Atiku. So
Yeah.
he is your candidate that never for once attack Atiku, only against Tinubu all the time.
Yeah. So like I said, I wouldn't want to dwell much on this poll. It is really taking our time. But I pray that a lot of people continue seeing it the way we are seeing it. Let's
Zaki
continue
Father, let
seeing
me
it.
say this.
Yes.
Look, we cannot continue to deceive ourselves or rely on poll in Nigeria.
Yes.
So many people doing polling can do their polling the way they like, but there are so many factors that will determine the winner of this coming election. So many things at stake: ethnicity, religion, other interest group from one part of the country to the other. A lot of things at play right here. So,
can I tell you a general? Can I tell you a general?
Hold on, let him land. Let him land. Yeah.
This polling is completely irrelevant.
All right.
So the determination of what we going to happen in 2020 is totally irrelevant.
All right.
Yeah.
So if you believe that ethnicity is going to play a role by your logic, and religion is going to play a role also by your logic, right? So it then means that Southwest, is Tinubu's place. So nobody should argue with him there. Southeast is Peter Obi's place. Nobody should argue with him there. Then Northwest, Kwankwaso Atiku. Nobody should argue with them there. Northeast, Atiku Kwankwaso. Nobody should argue with him there. It is now remaining two regions.
No, you are getting my point wrong. That is not what I said. You are misinterpreting.
No. Sorry. Saki Father, you want to rehash old narrative that we've circled around endlessly. But I think what Ajale Koko is inviting you to is that these polls, it doesn't bore into the heart of actually how Nigerians make their decisions.
Yes.
So tribe and religion is one thing, and then sphere of influence is another thing. A lot of votings are not actually the vote of the individual person, but often instances the vote of instructions by either leaders of the community, leaders of a particular faith, leaders of a particular interest, somebody they feel some sort of fieldom to. So a lot of those factors wrap into it, and a lot of these polls, they sit outside of where the real voting is done in Nigeria, because necessarily the people who take these polls are not the people that are within that sphere of influence that is led by religion, that is led by culture, that is led by warlords, that is led by community leaders. They are not outside that sphere, but it is within that sphere that elections are won and lost.
Yes. There is no problem, it is also a bit like I said, I would like everybody to keep saying that polls are irrelevant. So let's just keep living on the fact that polls are irrelevant, anything can happen. So let's continue on that trajectory.
Me, I'm not saying the polls are irrelevant. Me, I'm just saying they are using it as propaganda tool. It's a tool for propaganda.
Yes. Well, it's what do we call it? People can theorize, on how they feel about it, So let's keep on theorizing those ways,
But do you not see it that way, that they are trying to reinforce the beliefs of their already clamped down supporters?
Do you not clamp down supporters?
Who are they trying to validate with this
So
polls?
who did they clamp down? I don't understand what you mean by clamp down supporters.
No. What Solly is saying is that this poll, which he concludes is an obedient space poll, they've put it out to only revalidate amongst the obedience that we're winning. It doesn't add. It doesn't bring anybody new to them. Yeah, it's just So why did they even have to go and buy polls to tell them that they are winning?
No. You can't say obedient poll. Because over the years, even when Obi was not a contestant, this company has been conducting polls. So it is not logical to now say the company is doing this poll because Obi is in the picture. They have been doing it in the past. That is what they do in the past. So I don't think it will be wrong to come. It will be right to say this is obedient poll. Don't attack the person that conducted this poll. Rather attack the procedure. It's very, very important. This is statistics. Very, very important. Data speaks.
The guy tell us the procedure that
go and watch Arise now. Go and watch Arise. There was a lot of questions that they were asked. There was a question that they even asked him. He
just called people and they answer, and that's it. We don't know how the question was worded. I mean, we don't know. So what are we talking about? It could be worded in such a way that the answer will favor the candidate that is trying to promote. So we know all the tricks now.
Anyway, go to their website. Go to their website and see the details.
Like I said,
yeah.
And one man tried to expatiate is nothing in this election, but it looked like you obedient are so happy about this poll.
No. Why will I'm not even happy that they are releasing this poll.
Hold on. You are happy about this poll, and you have seen victory already. No. And when the victory could not come your way, you guys will be so disappointed, and then you will call foul game. You will say,
but that's the danger now. That's the danger.
That's the danger aspect.
That's
you don't want to consider. This poll. Yeah, you don't want to look. This poll will not capture various interests that will determine this election. And that is what we are telling you. There are so many. Look, Miyetti Allah now. They are one of the strongest group of people in that country that have block votes. Where are they going? We don't know.
We know. Let me, because they came out just 2 days ago, mate. They told us that they have not made a decision on who to back, but they have made a decision, not that they're not backing Peter Obi. So they've removed Peter Obi, but they've not endorsed anybody. And that's a huge voter block, right? And they vote in a disciplined manner, by the way. They'll line up and vote to instructions. So
that's right. There are so many traders association. There are so many artisan groups across the country. NUWTR, like those vehicle owners around the country, they are there. There's so many other interest groups that can, determine the outcome of the result. This poll did not capture that. That is what we are talking about. So if the outcome does not come in favor of this candidate, that is going to be a problem. But you guys don't want to understand.
All right.
You don't want to understand.
Like I say,
but fair enough. It's a conversation, by the way. Nobody is going at you. I'm sure you know that, Saki Father. But
even the trade group, they met what do you call it? TINUBU yesterday, a day before yesterday. I sent
the trade union, they've withdrawn the endorsement of Peter Obi. The trade union.
They started calling him Comrade TINUBU. I mean, there are so many. Look, when when I say this, look, the Stable Association of the whole Federation, there are so many groups around the country.
All right. So can I ask you a question, Ajale Koko?
Yes.
Suppose that this poll came out and Tinubu was on number 1 in this very poll. Would you argue differently?
If Tinubu
was number 1, would you have argued differently?
Okay, let me tell you this. If the poll had come in favor of Tinubu,
yeah,
I will believe it. You know why?
Why?
Because their party, they are the incumbent. They are the one controlling Nigeria right now.
Okay, can I ask you another question?
And hold on. They're controlling Nigeria at the federal level. They have more senators. They have more senators than any other party in Nigeria. More representative federal rep than many other Nigeria. More governor, more local government. That shows that they are grandly represented across Nigeria. And
can I ask you another question?
Yes.
In 2014, you know, when they conducted the poll, and they were showing that Buhari is going to win, and we had PDP as incumbent. When that result came out, if that result they projected, suppose that this is 2014, would you have argued differently?
You know, if it had been in 2014 that we have Obi in APC and they are calling him, they are predicting him to win the election, would I have argued differently?
I'm talking about Buhari and this guy, Buhari and Jonathan. Jonathan was the incumbent because you argued about incumbent. Jonathan was incumbent during that time, and then Buhari was in the other opposition party, and this poll was conducted, and this poll was showing Buhari as a clear victory path. So I now said, bring that 2014 till today. Suppose that the same Buhari and Jonathan are here, just like 2014, and that poll came out. Would you have argued differently?
I won't argue differently because let me tell you this: so many factors has come to play that will make me believe that poll, because we have seen powerful politicians from PDP move to APC. We have seen, hold on now, we have seen the merger, hold on. We have seen the merger of CPC, of ABGA, and some other political party merging together, forming a very strong political party against PCP. And the shakers, those that are shakers in PDP, already moved out of PDP to APC. Why wouldn't I believe? We saw a concrete factors that is telling us that, yes, power is going to shift. Why wouldn't I believe? What is it that is telling us that about Obi now? What is it?
Okay.
Just tell me, what is it?
Do you know the issue? Do you know the issue? Do you know the problem you have at this point? Do you know the problem you have at this point? The problem you have at this point, the problem you have at this point is that you are allowing your personal opinions and prejudice to affect your sense of analyzing scientific events. That is the problem you have now. You know, analyze scientific events.
No, forget about scientific. Which kind useless scientific in Nigeria reference? Forget about useless science. What is the scientific?
You are allowing your personal opinions to affect the way
we are telling you scientific does not work in Nigerian matter. You are talking science. Are you in America or Britain? What is science going to do in this?
No problem. No problem.
The poll, the point Saki Fada is making, personally, I go along with point actually I mean. But the same poll also was wrong in 2019. He predicted Atiku to win, but Buhari won. But the point is, a dead clock can be right 2 times in the day. So because it was right in 2011 and right in 2015, does not mean that's not the validation. The validation, I haven't seen the table of the 2011 and 2015, so I don't know. I personally agree with Saki's standpoint that a poll we should do the mathematical evaluation. But this year's own, I have seen September, I have seen this one, I saw that one of 2 weeks ago, in which they say in each local government they surveyed not more than 10 people. Well, I cannot evaluate not more than 10 people. Not more than 10 people could be 5, could be 2, could be 1, could be 0. So to me, that's not a poll. This poll percentage adds up to 100. In this case, percentage is 154, 105, 70. It doesn't add up to a percentage. And that, yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Okay.
Are you still there? Yes.
Yeah, I'm there. Did you?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Actually, why I came in was I wanted to comment on that.
On the Peter Obi delegating questions.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's where I wanted to take you to next. Go there. Let's hear from you.
Thank you, one man, for giving me this opportunity again to.
Do you come here to run counter? Do you come here to run counter insurgency? Is that what you're doing?
No.
All right, go on. Oh yeah, go on.
No. I want to. I'm always arguing on facts. That is what I want to argue on. So, a better way to really understand that very conversation, is to ask a question. The question we should ask is, before Tinubu went to that Chatham House, has Tinubu been holding like town halls with people? And the answer is yes, right? He has been having a lot of town halls, with different groups of people before he even went to UK for that Chatham program, All those town halls Tinubu has been holding, we see in those town halls where a question will be thrown at him, he decides to delegate to people. He used to do it in those town halls. And people were not complaining about that. But when he went to Chatham House and did the same thing he has been doing in the town halls, people now complained. Right? So
no, they were complaining. Obedience were complaining. Obedience were complaining then.
Well, I don't know. I don't know, but I'm saying like on this platform we are here, On this platform, let me judge from this platform because we have been complaining on what happened in Chatham House. But when he was going for town halls in Nigeria, meeting people and delegating people to answer questions, people were not actually complaining on this very platform, Now he went to Chatham, people came to this platform, started complaining. So the simple reason that might be responsible for that very complaint is that people perceive these two scenarios to be different scenarios. People perceive those town hall he has been going in Nigeria as maybe more or less informal kind of arrangement. The people consider it as more informal than that of Chatham House. They consider the Chatham House as a more formal arrangement, and that is why people started complaining in Chatham House. Now, let me bring it to Peter Obi now. In the case of Peter Obi, what happened in Calabar is that Peter Obi was the one who called people to come to a town hall. Now he wants to talk to people. He invited people, right? That is different from going to Chatham House. He is not the one that invited somebody in Chatham House. Rather, he is the one being invited to come to Chatham House. So in the Calabar, P2B is more of like the subject, inviting people. But in the Chatham House setting, his role will be like an object being invited. So this thing makes the two scenarios different. When you are the one that organized your own town hall, invited people to come to your own town hall, that you want to talk to them, you are the one in charge of that very program. So it's more or less more informal setting, than when you go to somewhere like Arise Television Town Hall, where you are invited.
Father, please, one second. Are you telling me that Tinubu is the one that organized the Chatham Hall?
I can't hear you.
Sorry, carry on, Saki. Thomas, we can barely hear you, and you are stopping Saki Father's flow. Let him just have his expression.
So the Town Hall of Calabar was organized by, it was organized by P2B's campaign team, So anywhere he wants to go to campaign, he will first of all call students to a town hall that he wants to talk to them. They will come. So it's more of an informal, interactive arrangement. He's the one inviting students. It is not the student that invited him. He invited students, come, let me talk, let's talk, let me talk to you people. And they came to the town hall. So it is an informal arrangement. If the same P2B should go to a town hall organized by Arise Television, those town hall Arise Television has been organizing, he is no longer the subject. He is now the object. The object invited him, So he should not be the one to dictate, the procedures in that very setting.
Zagi Father, please, please, if you don't mind, please. I don't want you to escape that question.
Yeah, ask me.
Are you telling? Yes, please. Are you telling me now that it's Tinubu that organized the Chatham House debate?
That is not what I say. Tinubu didn't organize Chatham House. The Chatham House, he was invited, just like P2B is invited to come on the 16th. Tinubu is not the one that organized the Chatham House. So because he's not the one that organized the Chatham House, he should play to the dictates.
No, but Saki Father, I think you are somewhat you are rewriting somewhat history with your narrative.
I'm not rewriting history.
Because at that Chatham House space, a lot of the outcry, it had nothing to do. I never recall that anybody was saying that this happened at Chatham House. What they were latching on to was that he was asked questions and he delegated it. So I did not remember in that space that the venue was labeled especially. Okay. It was just that he was asked questions and he delegated it. So you now seem to be layering the venue now as the determining factor.
That is why one man. That is why I started by bringing circumstantial factors. I started by first asking, were people complaining about this when he was doing the same thing in town halls in Nigeria? People did not complain about it. He was doing the same thing when he was having a town hall in Nigeria. People didn't complain about it. Why is it that he now went to Chatham House? People complained about it, which means in the minds of the people, these two settings, are different settings. They expect a more formal conversation in the Chatham House, but in the one he has been conducting with people in Nigeria, people believe that is more informal. So he is the one that he can choose the procedure, in those ones that they did in Nigeria. Imagine that someone like P2B comes to Arise Television Town Hall. He's invited to Arise Television Town Hall, the one they normally do. He came, Atiku came, and Juan Kwasu came in that town hall. Then they now ask him a question, and he tell the town hall, I have a delegate. Let this person answer this very question. People will complain because that Arise Television Town Hall is more of a formal setting compared to the Calabar, which P2B was the one that invited people to come. P2B invited people to come. So it's an informal, interactive session. You know, he can decide the procedure. He can decide the okay. Now remember that if you watch that Calabar meeting, even the moderate the I don't know, the person that the guy that was handling, that was performing the job of something like a moderator. He told Peter Obi that people want to ask questions, and he now told Peter Obi that he wants people to write the question and he will give him the question. Peter Obi said, no. This is not a formal place that you write questions. That he wants the students to talk, to face him one-on-one and ask him questions with their mouths, not writing. So Peter Obi is also was in charge of the procedures in that very environment, because he was the one that invited them in the meeting. So it is not the same as a setting where you are another person invited you. You know, another person that invited you should be the person that will determine what will happen in that very situation. You know, so that is what I'm trying to demarcate.
But was it the determination of Chatham House that Tinubu was not allowed to delegate some questions?
I think they even commented that about him delegating questions. I think they commented there. One of those what do we call it? One of those I don't know, one of those international is it international journalists? They commented about it, you know, that the question was meant for him, not for that. I think there was a way they made that very comment. You know, I can't remember. You know, so but what I'm trying to say in effect is that even if you look at if you watch that video of Peter Obi from the beginning to the end, he was having like the conversation was like there was a time he even, you know, like I don't know, it was more of the way I'm interacting with you here. You know, he was more of a conversation where it was almost like the student were talking to him as even mates. You know, he gave them that very environment to interact with them as a normal human, as a normal person. Let them not see him as more of a P2B kind of person, you know, a presidential, that they should be free to, you know, to interact with him the way they wanted to. So it was more of a very friendly environment, friendly conversations, so to say. Watch the video fully, you understand what I mean, you know. There was I think there was someone that asked him a question about and the person talked something about stakeholders, you know, and he called the person out. The person came out and he went to the person and touched the person and said, who determines the stakeholders in Nigeria? I am telling you that you are a stakeholder. You are the stakeholder. You understand what I mean? So it is like, I don't know how to put it. It's like the environment for the conversation was more of a very friendly conversation. So it was very basic.
It wasn't an informal setting, if that is what you're saying.
It was very basic. It was very basic, informal setting. He was the one that called the student. He will even do it in Rivers this morning. You know, he will still do the same thing. He was the one that called the students, come, I'm coming for a rally here, but 7 o'clock, I want to see you people. You know, I want to interact with you people. You know, so I consider that as a more informal setting than when he goes to somewhere like Arise Television. You know, those two settings are quite different. That's my point anyway.
You know, Saki, it's quite a wonder, you know, how the same thing happened, and you, in all this flowery language, you are able to rationalize it for your man, but in equally quite a potent language, you are able to condemn it from another. The same thing, but different interpretation.
No.
You should be on the ballot because you're more of a politician than anybody I know.
Display of high level of hypocrisy
No,
That
no,
is
no.
what that is what Zaki Father is doing.
No. This is not
Your
hypocrisy.
man did
No.
exactly the same thing that
See.
Rationalize it away.
Ajele Coco, please. This is not
then you
hypocrisy.
want to say, oh, he's how did you
Ajele
describe
Coco.
what he did last time?
I don't know. I was just lost in all the grammar, I was lost in all the grammar.
Ajele Coco, this is not hypocrisy. When Tinubu was going to town halls in Nigeria, I never criticized him for delegating question. It was that particular specific Chatham event. That was
did he ever delegate question in Nigeria?
Of course, he did that in Nigeria. He did that when he met all these what do we call it? All these businessmen like the likes of Aliko Dangote them.
Yeah.
You remember that time? I think in Lagos.
Yes.
He did that. He did that.
Well, I can't.
So I never criticized him for doing that.
I didn't see him do that. What I see, he delivered speech.
Watch it again. Watch it again.
Oh, okay.
He delivered speech. No. He delivered speech.
Mm-hmm.
He delivered speech with pepper.
Mm-hmm.
After delivering speech, during question session, question came. There was a time I came here and said a question came from something that has to relate with technology, and he delegated it to somebody that is very good in that area, and the person was the person that answered the question. So I didn't criticize him for doing that while he was in Nigeria. That is his own town hall. He was the one that organized the town hall, so he should own the conversation. He's the one that organized
delegation. What difference does it make between delegating question to somebody in Nigeria and outside Nigeria? What difference does it make?
No. It makes
of question. It's all about delegation of.
No. It makes difference when the circumstances are different. If the circumstances are different, it makes it different.
No, it is the issue that really matter, and the issue is that is the delegation of answer to another person. Is the issue that really matter. It's not circumstances. Circumstances. Forget about circumstances.
Let me ask you something, Ajele Coco.
You are just trying to cover up your own.
Hold on, Ajele Coco. Take a question from Zaki.
Not covering up. Now, let's do a counterfactual experiment. A situation where, let me not say counterfactual, possible.
I was wondering why you said that.
Let's not say counterfactual, but let's say a possible thing that might happen. Let's assume that the United States president invites somebody like Tinubu, and say, I want you to come. I am organizing an event where you will come, but I will ask you questions on basis of what is happening in Nigeria, and then Tinubu, now coming to this event, came with some entourage, sort of, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 experts. Then in that very conversation, the president of America, start asking him questions, and then the president asked him first question. He say, "This person should answer it for me." He asked another question. He says, "This person should answer." He asked another one. This person. Wouldn't the president of America look so stupid? I think he would look stupid.
That's
I think he would look stupid.
Yeah,
okay. Because when he invited him, Tinubu didn't tell him that he was going to come with people. One, he invited him as a person to come in a conversation. He didn't initially tell him, "Oh, I'm coming, but I'm going to come with people, my team." So the president was not expecting that.
The issue there that they are complaining about is the delegation of question, right, to his entourage instead of him answering the question, right?
Delegating question to somebody is not a crime. It is not even a sin. But what makes it necessary? What creates the basis for people to raise questions is the setting, is the circumstance, the place you were invited. You know, that very place. Imagine that he is invited in like a Rise Television town hall, you know, and the people start asking him questions the way they were asking Atiku them, and he start delegating it to people. You know, that is a formal conversation. It is different from the town hall. You, the person is that you are the person that is organizing it. It's different. These two things are different. I don't know how to explain.
When you look, even the one that both of them does not even good. Whether you organize the town hall or whether somebody else organizes it, and they are asking you straightforward question and you are delegating it, it doesn't look good. That is what I want to tell you. Your candidate was asked a specific question and he said, "Where is professor? Make professor come answer. This one passed me." And you want to tell me that he has done good? No, that guy have not done it. I mean, he didn't help himself there. He did not. No, hold on, Zaki Father. Zaki Father, that guy did not do good enough for you. It did not do good enough for you particularly. For you, our Zaki Father, on this our platform, it did not do good for you.
No.
You should condemn him.
No. Ajalekuko, the question I want to ask you here, do you believe in your heart of hearts that question is beyond Peter Obi to answer? Do you believe in your heart of heart? Just tell me the truth.
No, I wouldn't say it's beyond him to answer. But
so when he say
why couldn't he answer it? It's not good for us as people when our leaders are acting this way. That is what I'm telling you. It's not good for us as people. They are not showing leadership that we can be proud of when they are acting like this. They are acting, stupidly, and we can't be stupid like them.
I've only provided, my perspective on that conversation. So what you need to do again is get out your time, watch that program. It was about 1 hour program, right? Watch that program from the beginning to the end, and then after watching it, tell me whether Peter Obi was creating like an environment that is like, I don't know how to put it, like tell me whether you have changed, your basis for the judgment.
Look, Zaki Father, what I'm telling you is that it is not the circumstances at which it delegated that surrounded why it delegated the question that really matter, but the issue itself that it delegated the question posted to him and it delegated it to another person. Forget about the circumstances that surround that situation, but the fact that it delegated question to another person to answer the same way Tinubu did. It's the same thing that Tinubu did. That is what we are saying is not good enough for our leaders or those that are aspiring to the headship of our country, acting in such manner. It's not good, and we should just say it in a clear term. We don't want them to do that. They can do better. Any question that is beyond you to answer it in a clear term. Let people understand. And the good thing about question is that it is good for people to pose you a very tough question. When you cannot answer it well, you ramble around it. That will give you the urge to go and do your homework well, go and research well, so that next time you can come out strongly to position yourself well. But I mean, there's nothing wrong. You can't know everything. Sometimes what you even know, you might not even articulate it well. it happens, and it make it look as if you don't know it. But because you couldn't articulate it well, it will look to people as if, oh, it doesn't know what it's talking about. It doesn't have solution to the problem. They cannot answer it well. So they have not done good. Obi did not do good right there. For his PR, it didn't do good. And the same way Tinubu did, as far as I'm concerned, some people will not see it like you didn't see it like that. One man did not see it like that for Tinubu. You did not see it like that for your Obi. So, but to me, as an independent man, I think it's not good enough. My own candidate answers all questions posted to him. That is the leader that we want. Not your own leader that are dodging away from question and delegating question. Is that the way they will be delegating question at international fora or before international press? Is that the way they will disgrace us? Let me rest my case there.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So thank you, Ajan Lekoko, and thank you, Sir Kefada. So, gentlemen, I'm going to go round the people still available and just give a 5-minute monologue. So you can either monologue to anything that has caught your attention in the news cycle, or you can speak to this meeting that took place between OSINBAJO and Tinubu. So just give us either thoughts on that or the reversal of position on the cash withdrawal limitation. So just as early as yesterday, they told us we could only get 100,000 naira a week, but now it looks as though they've caved in. You cannot get up to 500,000 naira a week. So any of that or anything that caught your interest in the news cycle, we kick it off with Thomas. So Thomas, what caught your attention in the news cycle today? All right, I think we've lost Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So let's go to the progressives. What about you, Akim? Are you still there? All right, I think we've lost Akim. Rational mind.
One more here.
All right, brilliant. Did you hear? I was just saying. Yeah, me and OSINBAJO met with Tinubu today, and in both their Twitter spaces, they are gushing in their praise of each other. So it looks as though they are in the processes of onboarding Yemi OSINBAJO onto the onto the Tinubu campaign team. So do you think that will be a voice that will be needed in that campaign if they're able to onboard Yemi OSINBAJO to add his credibility and his voice to their campaign? And then, of course, the reversal, the 100,000 naira per week has now changed to 500,000 naira per week. So either that or anything else that caught your attention in the news cycle, the progressives.
One more, I think it's a good one as well, because whether you like it or not, it will show a form of unity within the party. You understand? So it will show a form of cohesion, a form of togetherness, which I think the Tinubu campaign will need. There will still be some quarters of electorate that still look for, that will still favor OSINBAJO. So it's about bringing everything together and make it work. So the one with the 100,000 a week to 500, did you say 500,000 a week?
Yeah, they've now increased it, and now it's 500,000 a week now to individuals and 5 million now to corporate bodies. So from 100,000 and so.
Yeah, they kind of they've banned the Mayfield them, and they've banned him. The man, he was not around, so he's been giving excuses here and there that he's not been in town, that he wasn't.
Do you think he's on the run?
I would probably say not on the run in that sense, but I think he's trying to work things from outside. I think he's trying to make things work from outside, and Because at the end of the day, I think that the reps and the senates and these people, they are all useless people, man. Because that was a very good policy. The policy that policy would have helped the situation. It would have helped a little bit help the situation on ground, but for some reason they were just hell bent on not making things work. I don't understand.
All right, brilliant. And did anything else catch your attention in the news cycle today, Akim?
I think I was trying to bring your attention to the rally or town hall that Tinubu did in Cross Rivers yesterday. I think.
Yeah, they said it was quite impressive.
Yeah. I think that was one of his. It was like in impeccable form. I think that was one of his best performances I've seen in a long time. He did extremely well, and it was very presidential. And I think the Rivers State governors is a level of intelligence and awareness as well helped the situation, because they kind of managed the way the thing was organized. So to know those big crowd stadium and stuff like that, it was just like a town hall, with places like that. You can easily select the level, the kind of people you want to put in there, so it make it easier. So I think I don't know why they don't continue do things like this. Like, I'm not just talking about the Tinubu team, I'm just talking about all the political parties, because if you watch campaign outside, a lot of them, this is how most time they do things, like a town hall, and just present policies and have a proper debate. I think he did very well until I started seeing on the news where they say he was buying voter. I don't understand. So it is one of those things. It is political season, one man.
All right, brilliant. All right. So up next, Thomas. So Thomas, the same set of questions. Your thoughts on the OSINBAJO meeting with Tinubu and the 500,000 naira new threshold.
Thank you, one man. Remember, I always talk about OSINBAJO every time about his disloyalty to Tinubu, but he doesn't have any what they call it, anything. He had to support Tinubu. I saw the video. They were sitting together. They were laughing, discussing. There's nothing they can do. And we often hear that Tinubu is a forgiving person, not like Buhari. I think Tinubu will let him be, because he will add something to the vote of Tinubu if OSINBAJO rightly support Tinubu. The redeemed members are there, which they are still contemplating maybe who they will vote for. So if OSINBAJO rightly support Tinubu, at least he can garner some votes on that. But it is a good thing for Tinubu and for OSINBAJO as well, because they have to reconcile to propel the party against come 2023. That is a good thing. But still, I still stand of OSINBAJO being Judas Iscariot. Some people don't want to hear that word. I still stand on that any day, anytime. I don't expect him to go against Tinubu, because contesting that election against Tinubu is going against Tinubu. But moving forward, I think Tinubu has moved forward. That is my thought about that. About the 500,000, I've said it earlier on. Even when I went to Nigeria, my family members say, "Oh, 100,000, it's not going to be possible. It's not going to be possible. 100,000 naira. How much is 100,000 naira? Even this 500,000 naira, it doesn't even still make sense to me. 500,000 naira is nothing. It's still nothing in Nigeria of today. I was in Nigeria. I know how much I spent in 3 weeks. So 500,000 naira is still nothing. Des is in Nigeria. He can tell you how much he's been spending. Like 500,000 in Nigeria is nothing in my own caliber of spending. Some people is still something to them. I'm not saying I'm not proud, but to some extent, 500,000 is still nothing. Is nothing. So that is just my submission, Wama.
All right, brilliant. And did anything catch your attention in the news cycle today?
Not really. It's just about I've been getting annoyed. I'm just cooling down now about all this Peter Obi's all this Peter Obi's space. I can't even wait for this election to come and go, so that all this brouhaha, all this embellishment will be end. I'm saying this: if Peter Obi got 3 million, 2 million votes, you should go and do Thanksgiving in the church. That is my submission. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Let's go to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here, one man.
Oh, all right. We're still hearing that humming sound, but we'll enjoy. Yeah, we'll enjoy it.
Sorry.
You know when a kettle is boiling, you know those whistling kettles when it's boiling. Yeah, that's what we're hearing.
My battery drained at some point, so I just realized it's dead. I'm charging it now. I think when it's charging, that is when it does that noise.
All right. But to the conversation, we were talking about OSINBAJO's felicitation with Tinubu and this. Go on.
Yeah. So
Rational Mind, why are you using China phone?
No, it's not a phone. It's a laptop.
I'm just joking. I'm joking.
Yeah. So anyway, really quickly, I'm sorry, guys, if it's really irritating to your ears. I'm sorry. So I think I don't. We see one thing about Tinubu and this way they read meaning to everything. He visited him. So what is that visiting? Does that show an endorsement or what? I don't know. This is the same guy who said he's not with the Muslim ticket. I think OSINBAJO just said something like that, or he put out a statement like that. It just doesn't sit well with him. The Muslim ticket does not sound right in a party like that. So, but now that he has gone to see him, do that mean that he's not endorsing or sanctioning, or is he for that Muslim ticket? Because Shettima was there. I was like, does Shettima live with Tinubu now or what? I don't even understand what is going on here. I mean, this guy has his own house now. Why is that when the vice president is coming there? That is when Shettima is there, everybody's there. Like, what's going on here? I don't know. What play there? How they're trying to make this thing look like, okay, now suddenly the pastor now is supporting Muslim ticket. I don't know that's what it is. Now on the 50,000, the 500,000 naira too. You see, I just see it's a way of because I think you asked somebody the other time. Eventually, it's not in Nigeria, right? And I said I don't know, maybe it's in Nigeria, but I said he's on a medical leave, whatever. He's taking care of his health. I mean, look at that guy. In the past few months, the guy has really gone down the drain. He looks like somebody who is under duress, under stress. And I know if you manage that kind of a bank as a central bank, you know the kind of evil spirit that will be fighting you. Evil spirit from everywhere. People will be just sending some offer out on your way, because that guy, for him to even last long there, I mean, it baffles me. The kind of people that surrounds him, people that want him to do shady things for him, all of that, and for them. I can just imagine that guy is really, really spent the way he looks. He's really, really spent. I mean, should just give up that post and go. But I think this new circular they just sent to the banks to change your policy now that, okay, 5 million naira for corporate and 500,000 naira for individuals. Then I think it's a way of placating this, or maybe just dousing the tension right now in the politics and all that. People that wants his neck, you know, just like, okay, you guys leave me alone. You go and take your 500,000 or 5 million naira every week, you know. So I just think that's a way of placating them, or placating them, or whatever how to say it. So what I just think is that he's just doing that just to ease that tension and that noose that they're tightening around his neck. And then this foreign trip that he's making, I think that foreign trip is for the just to have. I think that's what I think it is, to avoid, because some people say it's gone now. We don't know how long it's going to take. Will it be back before the election? After the election, we don't know yet, but we shall see how that plays out. But I know this policy is doing is to really, really check these politicians who have already had money built up for this election. But how they're going to be able to have those money, how they're going to bring that money out is yet to be seen. One man. Let me just leave it at that.
All right, part of me feel they have gone to hide Emefiele away from the people that are out to end his life. A part of me thinks that they are doing that. But let's take the conversation onto DOJ. So DOJ, are you still there? All right, let's go on to Sully. Sully, are you there?
Yes.
All right, brilliant. So Osinbajo suddenly now new BBF with Tinubu. So is this good news for the Tinubu campaign to have his voice, Osinbajo's voice, on board, and the reversal of position by the CBN? So your thoughts on those?
Well, knowing Tinubu is going to get everybody's support, even if he can last minute get Peter Obi's support to become batified. He does not have any.
You know, it's always funny how you laugh at your own jokes. You have noticed that you are the first to laugh at your own jokes.
Yes, because I know it's true. You know, and if I say it, I know that people will, from some of the things I say, people may not agree with what I'm saying. But if I know what I'm saying is true, and no matter how you try to fight it, it's still going to happen. You know, and especially when I know these people. I wouldn't say personally, but I've been around there. I've watched them grow their whole political life. I've seen even some of the people in the video in that Sawan Low trend. I saw these people since secondary school. So I know exactly what I'm talking about. And it's funny to me because, you know, I know some people will not agree. But yeah, Tinubu is kind of person. He doesn't have any enemy, at least while he's trying to get something, you know. He's going to gather everybody. I'm sure he's even going to try and poach some people from Labour Party. That's the kind of person he is. You saw somebody do, what was the name of this thing? When they wanted to get their presidential candidates.
Primaries.
Yes, primaries. This guy swept the whole floor. He didn't need to do it. But that's the kind of person he is. He covers all grounds. So he's going to negotiate. I won't be surprised if he's going to still meet Obasanjo again. And all these people that are saying that they are supporting Peter Obi is still going to try and push to the final day. Because most of them are going to bring votes that are based on instruction-based votes. Which means he doesn't have to convince a whole set of people. He just has to convince one person. And that one person can easily convince a whole set of people. It's just strategizing. When you have the right people on the team, you don't even need to be smart, you know. So I'm not surprised by that. It's a good move, more to come, at least for him. Then the second one was what?
The reversal of position on the cash limitations by the CBN.
Well, the cash limitations. I don't. Why do Nigerians want to withdraw so much money? Like, why can't they do everything through the bank? You know, bank transfer and online transfer. But you know, I don't even know if it's a good move or bad move because outside Nigeria they don't give me withdrawal limit, or I don't think, except for ATM limits. You know, but the main thing is that. Who is this really going to affect? I don't think it's going to affect anybody doing legitimate business. So I don't see any problem with these limits. If you have any business you want to do, why not do online transfer or bank transfer? Why withdraw cash? You know. So
all right. And did anything catch your attention in the news cycle today?
Yes, I saw that Buhari wants to take another loan of billions again. And he has 3 months left. This is just going to further especially if he's borrowing from all these people that will give low interest rates, and then they will reduce. You know what is going to happen is that the naira rate is going to increase again. You know, before Buhari leaves with this borrowing, if he succeeds in it and all the other borrowings they want to do, it may become $1,500 to $1,500 naira to $1. Or 1,200 because they are going to devalue the money with all these loans that they are collecting. You know, they are going to devalue the naira. So more sufferings to come, unfortunately. That's what caught my eye today.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So let's go on from you. Let's go on to War Peace. War Peace. So the same set of questions. War Peace to you.
Konnichiwa, everybody. Sorry, the question again about
Yes, Yemi Osinbajo was found felicitating with Tinubu, and both of them made it a point to release it on their social media spaces. So it then shows that the relationship is starting to reform in that space. So we are asking if Yemi Osinbajo is a missing voice in the Tinubu campaign, and if he lends his voice to the Tinubu campaign, how much of an impact would that have?
Yeah, it's a good thing that they came together, and Tinubu need all hands on deck. So there's no room for excuse, you know. So if he's leaving Yemi Osinbajo out, he's sabotaging his own campaign by himself. You know, you need the president, all the big guns in APC to be in your campaign front. So it's a very good thing. It's a very good move you make, and I wasn't expecting any different, because any good politician will always make amends to make amends, you know, before he goes into the battle. So that's one thing that he's doing. And Yemi Osinbajo coming this time around, he will boost his campaign more again, because the president is there, the VP is there, the Senate. Okay, we can say the Senate president will not be there, but the deputy will be there, Agege, Baja Miller. So those are big boosts. You know, one man. It's a good thing.
All right, and the CBN reversing its position, the limit of 100,000 increased to 500,000 weekly withdrawals. What are you making of that?
Yeah, well, that we say that we say it because the pressure matter on Mefele, but probably they hide on ground. You know, in business, you don't just bring out all your best. You first of all bring out the rough side. So if the person press more, then you now bring out the best. Probably they already know they will cap it on 5 million. That's where it's going to end, and the normal account will end 500,000. So they'll first of all start with in a very low platform, then take it. There is negotiation now, but the good part is that what they are doing, people might say is wrong, but it's a very good thing for Nigeria economy. Because the way we withdraw money without control, no trace, we just withdraw to the bank and withdraw 500 million, and it goes like that. You cannot trace that money. It cannot happen like that in abroad. Even Japan that allow big space, allow heavy cash. Even though you can still withdraw like 1 billion yen, fine, but they know where that money is going to. They know who's withdrawing it and what's going to use it for. But in Nigeria, somebody just go to the bank and withdraw 100 billion. It ends there. You don't know where the money is going to. If it's terrorism or whatever, you don't know. You know, so then capping it on 5 million, then it's very good. Whatever transfer they're going to make it electronics transfer, so they know where the money is going to. And again, it will help in this election cycle, this vote buying, where Ghana must go is flying up and down. It will reduce it. They'll still buy vote, but it will be on record. You know, they cannot ask this man, why did you transfer this person so money, so time? You know, so it's a good thing. Not everything that this regime is doing that we are seeing as a bad, we just see as a bad thing. We at least look the other side. Is a good thing. But who is they are trying to target? We don't know. Is it the Tinubu campaign? We don't know. Is it Atiku? We don't know. But we always reminisce to it. But on the bigger picture, that capping of 5 million is very good. You know, transfer to your account if you want to transfer somebody's account. Well, man, that's how I say it.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, World Peace. So from World Peace, let's go on to Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko. So, I think we've lost Ajale Koko. Oh, okay, let's go to Dapo, who joins us, and then after yes, let's go to Dapo, who joins us, and then yes, let's go to Dapo. Dapo, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
All right, brilliant. We were talking about the meeting between Osinbajo and Tinubu, and we were speculating as to if Osinbajo's voice is a missing voice in the Tinubu's space, and if he does join the Tinubu campaign, what much of an impact would they have?
I don't really think they had any issues before. No, they never had. I don't think they had issues. I think it was on the instruction of the president that Osinbajo stayed away from the campaign. In my view, yeah. So I don't think they had any problem before.
Okay, and the CBN increasing
and if Osinbajo lends his hand to the campaign, I think it should be a big plus for Tinubu. He has one of his boys already supporting the Tinubu camp. This pastor that gave him his own this thing at the polls, at the primaries. He's campaigning for the youth section of the APC. So I don't really think there's any issues amongst them. Yeah, woman. Yeah.
All right. And the 100,000 that has now been increased to 500,000 weekly allowance. So is this good news? And is this a sign that the CPN is starting to cave in and reverse its new policy positions?
Well, I think it's a good move. Maybe 100,000 is too little, maybe, but I think it should just leave it at that. I think the policy generally is a good one, very, very good one. I think it will help the naira. I think so. It will help the economy generally, in my view. Yeah. So I think it's a good one. It shouldn't. It's a good regulatory move. We should be able to control the flow of currency in the economy. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So let's go from you. Let's go to Fatah. Sorry. Hold on. I stopped you. Yeah. Go on.
I want to comment on this poll. This.
Okay. Go on.
This Peter Obi thing. The undecided and is it refused? They're even more than the people that participated in the poll. It's about 52% undecided and they refused. When I looked at the polls now, about 52%. So what I just noticed in the poll, in my view, is the obedience. They are the ones that are quick to approach this Obi and all that, the most Baptist and articles, most of them are not that aggressive. Some of them may not even tell you that the people they want to vote for. I think I would support Thomas's and Soli's view that Thomas said he doesn't even want to hear about the polls. Then Soli said they are validating. That's what I think is happening. It looks as if they are validating and trying to hold their turf, all the ones that they have already garnered, so that they don't.
To give them something to ginger them up, to keep them going,
and probably to even influence other people that people like to support the winning team when it comes to situations like this. So that's what I think.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So gentlemen, I want to seek to start to round off. I'm going to land on Thomas in this instance. Jan Lekoko not here. I'll kick it off with. Let me kick it off with rational mind. Just because the system is so. So rational mind. But I want to seek to start to round off. So closing remarks. Rational mind.
Yeah. Woman, thank you. Is this still making noise?
It is still, yes.
All right. Let me just say good night to everybody. Let me not block you people's here. I'm sorry.
All right. If you listen back, you will hear it.
Definitely, I know. I've listened to some of the previous clips and I see it. Yeah. Well, Woman, thank you so much. Hopefully, I'll join you guys in the next session. Good night, everyone.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Rational Mind. So that's Rational Mind, who has now turned to beware of the spinner, only to then come here and spin like a top. So there he is, a Rational Mind. So thank you, Rational Mind. So from Rational Mind, let's go on to Sully. Sully, you're up next. We're taking closing remarks. Sully, Sully, have you gone to smoke that Amsterdam thing again? Look at this guy. Ikwata. So thank you, Sully. So by the way, when I said Otilo Mugboni, he don't smoke it, so I wasn't just disparaging him. I'm proudly true. Sully, are you there? No, Sully not with us. So thank you, Sully. So let's go on from Sully. Let's go to Fatai. So Fatai, you're up next. So you've not yet had the chance to give us your thoughts on the Oshibanjo narrative and the 100 to 500,000 naira. So give us your thoughts on that by way of a closing remark, Fatai.
Okay, I would like to give a caveat. I don't know if I should give it at the end or start with the Oshibanjo stuff. Okay, let me just start with the house. Like so, Oshibanjo. I think Oshibanjo is just the realization that Tinubu is not going to. If Oshibanjo makes up with Tinubu, it's just that is a realization that there's no way Tinubu is leaving the ticket because there is already there behind the scene there is the consideration that because of Tinubu's health, at some point it might not be able to go on, and that's even what led to the how tough the challenge was in the primary. But since Chatham House, Tinubu has made it clear he's not. I'm not giving the ticket to anybody. I'm going all the way. You know, even if you remember at the Chatham after the interview, BBC channel they were asking, "Oh, okay, if you don't go, who could you do you want to give it to?" So no, I'm not giving it to. I'm not campaigning for anybody. I'm campaigning for myself. I think that was people. Some people were still nursing the feeling that maybe Tinubu will just get out and give it to Oshibanjo. So if the makeup is like okay, it become clear Tinubu is not handing over, he's going to go all the way to the end. And if Oshibanjo gets in the advantage, I think the advantage the Tinubu campaign will have is from if you remember 2019 the debate, the vice presidential debate, Oshibanjo was the weapon to counter Peter Obi in the debate. You know, he likes to speak English. This one also like to speak and talk statistics, and maybe they are planning something along that line to counter Peter Obi's statistics. So Oshibanjo will come and speak English for them. Yeah, I think they are making up is personally I think it's just the realization that Tinubu is not there is no way Tinubu is not handing over. He's not leaving the ticket. He's holding on to the ticket to the end. That his health is not going to maybe there's some conclusion that his health is not damaging enough to stop him from going all the way. So if there is a makeup, I think that would be what's behind that. And with regard to the policy, the money policy, if they change, I think I think it means that Emefiele has been able to come to a middle ground with the big boys who are angry, you know. So it's like okay, you got that okay, you can have more money per. So I think it gives to the pressure and is able to find the middle ground to expand how much money I mean, they wanted to arrest him and everything like that. And I think it's just a way to throw them some bones. Like, okay, you can have more than 100,000. You can have, and especially because with what happened with Okupe, it's like I mean, you're going to criminalize a lot of people if they can't carry. At least you have to 100,000. There are many people, even apart from politicians, who are doing trade, who are going from Cotonou to here or whatever, or some village somewhere. In a week, 100,000 might not be enough for them to carry to go and buy their stuff. So it's like it would, as a matter of practicality, you might be criminalizing, especially now that we know through Okupe's verdict that it's definitely it's a crime to have more money. Then a lot of people, a lot of innocent people might fall into that trap, or shall I call it a trap, whatever it is. So a lot of people might fall into that net. So it's better to expand it a little bit more to not to over criminalize innocent. As somebody said, the judge said it's a honest mistake, not to over criminalize honest mistake. I think that's just the reason for that. Then in the news, I think the only thing that come out to the news is the train, the Lagos. I mean, if you notice, the Lagos train is more beautiful. The construction of I mean, it's more. It looks to me, I don't know, maybe I might be wrong. I don't see it physically. It looks to me more impressive than even the federal government's train. Maybe because it's smaller, the range, the route is small. I don't know, but this this one, the federal government that looks like. I mean, okay, it's better than what used to be, but still, the Lagos State one, even the track, it's more. There is more. It looks more impressive than even what the federal government is doing. Lagos State is doing something that is even more impressive than even the federal government. You know, with regard to that. And then the caveat I wanted to give is last time I cut in between Baba Ajani Koko and Zaki Father, when Zaki Father was, but the point I wanted to make was ANOP has done 3 polls already in the past. One of them has been dead wrong. Now, when I called in, I said 2019. I don't know whether it's 2019, but I think I tried to Google it, and it's 2011. It was wrong on 2011. It projected Jonathan to win, but Buhari won. 2015, he was right. He projected Buhari to win. 2019, we called it close. He gave Atiku 30%, something like that, like 30, and Buhari 32. So he said, well, so essentially he put it almost like a tie, but with a slight edge for Buhari. But then the final result was not a slight difference. 15 million to 11 million, that's not close. So it depends on anybody's perspective. You can say it was wrong in 2019 because the final difference is bigger than the projection, than the estimation. It was not in margin of error situation where it was clear wider. 2011 completely wrong. 2015 was right. 2019, it's up to you whether you think it was right or not. So it's up to your call. It projected close race, but it was not close. The actual so ANAP doesn't have a 100% track record of being right, or not even it doesn't have. I don't even consider that. But that's not even the point. The point polls are not supposed to be either right or wrong. It's just a projection. You can be right on the projection, you can be wrong, but it's not to be seen like it's always at 100% track record. It's not always. That's not it. But the point I wanted to make is it was not 2019 that it was completely wrong. It was 2011. 2019, it was up to you. It's close. It projected close, but it was not close. So that's the clarification I wanted to make.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you. So thank you. I did leave you a comment in the private chat, but maybe if you have a look at it. Thank you, Fatai. Let's go on from Fatai to let's go to the progressives. The progressives are closing remarks.
Yeah, Wama, thank you very much. I just want to say thank you.
I'm impressed that you are staying the duration this day. So I before you never had the stamina, but now you have it.
No, you know what happened? What happened is that before, I think there was a time I complained about my phone. So that very phone, sometimes it goes so hot and then it just goes off on its own. So I changed the phone to a different phone. So this one stays, the battery works okay. And even if I doze off, you guys are still on, so I'll just join over. I'll just catch up with you guys after.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just want to say thank you very much for the show today, and I want to say thank you to everyone that participated. I want to say whenever you are coming in, always like and share. This is where you get a lot of matured dissemination of ideas and policies. So the issue of the poll, one man. I've always said when it comes to Nigeria and poll, I don't really give any credence to those things because there are a lot of behaviors that this poll does not take into consideration when they are asking these questions. And then I was listening to the man earlier in the day, and it was just like almost like a referendum type of poll. What are you voting for? There was not party references. Do you understand? So, and he said it was a mobile phone. There are chances. I don't want to say it was skewed towards one person or the other, but I just don't want to give it too much credence in that respect. And there's something I really want to touch about is this WITHDRAWAL issue, right? And anybody out there who is trying to one form or another to say what WITHDRAWAL did there was nothing wrong with it. I think they were just being economical with the truth. This story have been out there for a very long time. The source of that fund, where that money was coming from, one man. let us be honest with ourselves. There were soldier men who were fighting in the front line, who did not get the resources that they need because of these people, who lost their life because they could not get weapons because of the actions of these people. They knew what they were doing. If somebody wants to be paying you salaries every month, 1 month, you don't go to people's office to collect salary every month.
In cash.
In cash, you set up a transfer where they pay you through check or they pay the money directly into your account. The only way you go to do things like that is because you understand very well the source of income, and you know that there are things you want to hide. So the judge might not be able to not the judge, because let's say the EFCC might not be able to convince the judge on those more bigger charges. But please, let's understand something. When you are prosecuting a case, you put everything together, understanding that you are trying to convince the judge. If you don't get him on a bigger charge, you get him on a lesser charge. But the idea that it was not done on money laundering, that is a fallacy. All of those charges were under the Money Laundering Act, but it was only done on the lesser charges. That's all. And for me, if there's anybody out there that's trying to justify what he did, I think that tells me everything about our people, because there's no justification. How did you even do it? Even his own lawyer said it. It's indefensible. That was what the man said. Thank you very much, Roman.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Hakeem. So thank you, Hakeem. So that's Hakeem now, who spends the duration now. Very impressive. But then it's explained why that's not the case. So thank you, Hakeem. Let's go from Hakeem to War Peace. So War Peace, you're up next.
Konnichiwa, everybody. One more, thank you. Let me first of all quickly greet people in the comment section. Click, like, share, and thumbs up. So, and I greet all of you now for the comment there. Oh, don't forget to buy coffee. It's very important for one man. Do what I say, but not what I do. Because the day I'll do my own. Now, booyaka, it go be. One man, let me quickly comment on that poll thing. I don't take polls or all this poll or whatever they are doing. I don't take it serious. Even presidential election in America, I never took them serious, because when Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton was contesting, they were projected Hillary Clinton to win, landslide. At the end of the day, Trump won. So poll is just like a public opinion of the people projecting it to sway the citizen, their opinion to a different direction. It's just a matter of game of deception. That's how I see it. So I don't take all those things seriously. Saying Obi is winning in the north, Kwakwaso is losing in the north, Atiku is losing in the west, and no, it's just ridiculous, So it's just like you are saying that Kwakwaso is leading in Benin, the landslide, NPP, So it doesn't really make sense. That's why I don't take it serious. So I don't want people to take it serious too. We should get ourselves ready and get our voters card and vote who we want. OSINBAJO me to TINUBU is very good. It's a good beginning in the right direction. We're not supposed to we're not supposed to enter the election with a bitter heart, So it's good. And comparing Chatham House with Obi, I still make my stand. It's different, but we should do better. But I don't like that statement Obi used at the end that someone passed me. If it's just a pass, then even this joke or even ED recording, it's still very bad. It's still very damaging. Then that means you're not ready to run as the president. You're supposed to take every part of it serious. Other than that, like our God Lord will say, one man, I think Ajali Koko, Rational Mind, Polata Soli, and the rest people, I'll say peace. I'm out.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, War Peace. So thank you, War Peace. So pardon me. So from War Peace, then the final word in the absence of Ajale Koko goes to Thomas. So Thomas, the final word. Thomas? All right. Have we lost Thomas? Okay, we've lost Thomas. So we've lost Thomas. So you have to round it off, War Peace, in the manner of Ajanle Koko. So round it off.
I got one man. Nobody's like Ajakoko. That spot is for only him, you know. So, well, what would I say? Because I've said what I'm supposed to say. But let me round it up.
Let me just say, just say one or two things, and then
yeah.
It's just I wanted to go to Thomas, and he left it, and so so just say just one or two words, and then I'll shut it down.
Yeah. So since Agajiko is not here, let me say a little thing that he will say. Like he will always say that we have to do right. Our position has to do right. If we are accusing Tinubu of doing wrong, same with Peter Obi, we should not try to spin anything here. We should vote the right candidate. Should be the man to vote for. So since this is the end of this show, one man will look forward to see you tomorrow. You are the man. You are the ego. The ego has landed. One man. Good night.
All right. Thank you. So thank you. So that's World Peace. So that's World Peace deputizing for Ajanle Koko. So thank you. So thank you, one and all. The session comes to an end. So it's gone at it has gone. It's a decent session. So a decent session, a great session, but never a boring session. Hopefully that will never be the case. So make sure you have liked and subscribed. And dial in for 9:45 p.m. UK time tomorrow, where we shall do it all over again. So I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation within the comment section. And to the super chats and the coffee buyer, which is usually Ayo, and in this case, still Ayo. So thank you. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation within the comment section. But here I say peace.